welcome back to day 3 of 2020 for PMSL SEA Fall. And back again with me, Windy. And joining me on stage now, we have Satar from BIGETRON Nights. Hi, Satar.
Halo.
Are you ready for today, Satar?
Ya.
Can you be more like energetic? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So, Satar, for the first question, with your points now, we know that you guys has like a big chance to go directly to Super Sunday. And I want to know about your strategies for today. Will you be playing like a little bit more aggressively or just play casually?
Oke, jadi Satar, kalau kita lihat poinnya BTR sekarang itu bisa dibilang ada peluang yang lumayan besar lah buat lolos ke Super Sunday. Jadi bisa ceritakan dikit gak apa playstyle yang bakal ditunjukkan dari BTR? Apakah itu lebih agresif ataupun lebih ke arah pasif aja gitu?
Kalau untuk dari kita sih mainnya tergantung situasi sih. Kalau bisa kita santai. Kalau emang harus kita agresif, kita agresif.
So basically, it really depends on the situation itself. If we need to be aggressive, then we're gonna be aggressive. If we need to be passive, then we're gonna be passive. Yeah.
Well, and I hope everything goes well for you guys for today especially. And let's talk about your first day. We know BIGETRON on first day you guys seems like a little bit struggle, but in the end you get the chicken dinner. And when you get the chicken dinner, do you think is it like because you were lucky or you already figure out how to play with the lobby?
Oke, jadi di hari pertama itu 3 match pertama buat BTR itu bisa dibilang jelek lah. Dan di ujung-ujung di match terakhir kalian berhasil mendapatkan WWCD. Apakah itu dengan faktor kalian udah menyesuaikan dengan lobby ataupun itu lebih ke arah faktor keberuntungan?
Kalau untuk itu sih kita lebih yakin sih. Meskipun kita udah tusun 1 sampai 3 match, tapi kita masih yakin di match-match tersisa masih bisa berikan yang terbaik.
So basically on that particular day we just feeling confident even though we are not performing on the first 3 match, but then we keep believing that we gonna cover up the mistake that we did in the first 3 match. Yeah.
Great, and I believe on you also because I think you can achieve like a better result for today, Satar. And for the last things, I want to know from your perspective, you guys, with your newest coach right now, Coach Ken. And how is Coach Ken guiding your team so far? And do you feel any differences like from this season and the past season?
Oke, dengan kedatangannya coach baru yaitu Coach Ken, ada nggak perbedaan daripada gameplay? Maksudnya ya perbedaan BTR lah dari season lalu dan setelah kemasukan Ken, perbedaannya?
Bedanya paling kalau Coach Cap kurus, Coach Ken gendut.
Yeah, I think the difference between this season and last season is like our previous coach was skinny, but then our current coach is fat. Yeah.
Well, I didn't expect for you that can be that answer. So, Satar, quick on a scale 1 to 3, like how you think that you can win this PMSL?
Jadi dari skala 1 sampai 3, berapa PD kamu bisa jadi juara PMSL?
1000.
Yeah, 1,000.
1,000, and you need to keep that confidence until the last match. So thank you so much, Satar, and thank you so much, Jungs. And today we'll find out that who's gonna be directly go to Super Sunday, and will the results surprise us, and we'll find out. And now let's hand it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Winnie, for the great interview just now by Satar. BTR seems like they are on the right track, having a very good vibe for the start of our day number 3 for the group stage week 1. Last day here today with me, Chiche and Sekla will be your casters and your storyteller for the entirety of the event here. And speaking of which, I love the vibe down there.
I love it. This is the best interview that not only Satar has given, but one of the best that we have seen so far in the PMSL. Great stuff, Satar. I mean, it just shows that he has grown not only as a player, but also as a personality. He's showing his vibes. I love it. I love it. We need more of these kind of interviews.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact that he's grooving it, and also when it comes to grooving, I mean BTR when it comes to day number 1 in week number 1, they definitely have a bit of a trouble at first, but then they start to build up the momentum. But unfortunately, they didn't play yesterday, so they have to put a pause. But today, they will bring in back their A game. Hopefully, they bring the momentum for their first day here.
Yeah, at least the good news for VTR is that in day one, they ended the day with a chicken dinner, so the good vibes are there. You can see the good vibes from Satar there. So bringing the good vibes to start off their day again today, especially when there's Group B in it. And we saw how Group B stole a lot of points from Group C yesterday. So they have to be up for the challenge. I'm pretty sure they are. I mean, it's BTR that we're talking about.
Yeah, reintroducing Group A for a final day in the group stage. Week 1 here, TALON, PEA, BTR, and KT, PANDUM, XERXIA, TODAK, and Team Flash. Welcome back to the jungle we go. It's going to be a super rowdy day because it's going to be the last day before we hit to our last chance tomorrow. And to our Super Sunday, maybe a different state here when it comes to Week 1 Super Tuesday.
Yeah, so this will be the two groups that will be playing, A and B. In case you don't see your favorite team, they're probably in Group C, and we will see them either in the last chance qualifiers or directly into Super Sunday. As of now, two teams from Group C is confirmed to be the last chance qualifiers for week number 1. That is Team Secret as well as Crit VIP. Other than that, well, officially still waiting. So let's see if they'll be able to survive the cut, because teams from Group A and B will be hot on their back.
Yeah, speaking of hot yesterday, I mean, like, MORPH push it like there's no tomorrow as well. Don't forget about their 22 eliminations as the end of their run for week number 1 yesterday. Still waiting for the call whether they will go and march into the Super Sunday in the last minute or not, because we do know right now the safest bar is going to be around 80 to 85 points, which VOIN Donkey closing up their final run yesterday pretty A-okay. So these Xavier's, VOIN Donkey, and MORPH seems to be in the top 3 by end of yesterday's run, but can they hold? And they are biting their nails from the sideline, because today we have reintroduction of Group A. How will things come differently by end of today?
Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried for them, honestly, if we were to base on the last season's stats. So they should be pretty comfortable up there. I'll be a little bit more worried for teams that are not playing today, but they are by the edge of it. Looking at you guys, Alliance, yeah. So they did, for now, just enough, but because the points are so close, and it's not too difficult for them to be caught up. So it's something that they need to just hope and maybe even prepare for the last chance qualifiers by then.
Yeah, but when it comes to Alliance, unfortunately, I have to say they definitely will be joining in the last chance qualifier for tomorrow as well, because it's just too small of a gap. BTR definitely have a better chance at this point, when we do know that Group A, most of them do have quite in the middle pack as well, except for the one actually at the very bottom. We're going back to a side of Team Flash, even PEA and TODAK, including PANDUM. They're still in their 20s. The teams actually got themselves in the 20s. This is going to be the last push, and we get to see who's going to be pushed down from Group C and Crave VIP. Unfortunately, same case for Team Secret, like you mentioned, it will be pushed down, and we're going to get to see them tomorrow.
Yeah, so they're going to play an extra day, and potentially, assuming that they do make it to the Super Sunday, they'll be playing straight down, because this week we have a little bit of a shift of the schedule. So in case you guys at home are used to, like, okay, Monday, Tuesdays we're off, this week we're playing Monday, Tuesdays as well. So on the Monday, we're going to play the last chance qualifiers for week number 1. And on Tuesday, we're going to play the weekly Super Sunday. Yeah, because Super Sunday, Tuesday, Super Sunday. Yeah, you guys know how it works. But we'll get back to normality by then. So it's going to be straight down PUBG Mobile action for week 1 and week 2 non-stop. So expect some teams to be playing every day, almost every day, except for the group stage for 2 weeks.
So they will definitely be glad about the rotation of the 3 groups A, B, C. So they'll definitely have some off days. The one that really don't have any off days probably going to be 2 of us, Zig Loud, and same goes for the other channels too. But you guys know what you aim for when it comes to the spectators for today. Do tell us, who do you think will get the first chicken, because you don't get so many Sunhawk, and Sunhawk is going to be one of the most unpredictable maps of the entire day, because who knows what's going to happen next. And I do hope we have another contender when it comes to the most eliminations for today as well.
Oh, most eliminations. Okay, the number is way up high right now. set by MORPH. 22 eliminations. I mean, to beat that is going to take quite a bit. But here's the format in case you somehow just joined us for this season. We have the group stage, which consists of Group A, B, and C, and we play a round robin there. And today we are looking at Group A and B, and we'll select the top 8 by the end of the day to go straight on to Super Sunday. Whereas the bottom 16 will still play the last chance qualifiers, and from there on, only the top 8 will move on to Super Sunday. The rest of them, unfortunately, will have a day off.
I'm loving the head-to-head right now between GEEK Fam and Boom, the 6th and 7th place in overall rankings at the current moment, with GEEK coming in very strong in week number 1 here, aggressively taking over the most eliminations compared between these two teams, a 6.7 average of elimination in every single map. But when it comes to placement points, pretty close for these two teams as well. So I guess these two teams probably going to have a close contend here when it comes to the competitiveness between Boom and GEEK Fam as well.
Razy definitely shot up his stats here for Boom Esports after an amazing performance as well throughout the yesterday. 2.7 average eliminations, followed by Tony K. Very, very smart player, 2.3. So not too far though. But we're going to compare the best teams around here, VOIN Donkeys and also Alter Ego.
Now, we did mention about VOIN Donkey. Zeta has been incredible for the entire of week 1. We can see a lot of highlight coming up from Zeta, and his shots is just so crispy every single time. But also, don't forget about Alter Ego. We do have them on the rise as well, despite it was quite an unusual chicken dinner coming out from the side of Alter Ego yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very interesting moment as well. So we get to see it as part of some of the highlights, right? And I also want to highlight that Rosemary is... there were times that he really showed up, and there were times that he did not really show up. But when he doesn't, at least he has his other teammates like Boyzio, and also at times Alpha 7 who actually turned up. But speaking about Boyzio, this is the highlight moment for it. Arguably the best chicken dinner so far that we have seen.
We had two incredible chicken dinners here by solo players. Yesterday, Roy, UK, plus also Alter Ego, Boychill, but unfortunately, it's always against GEEK Fam that happened to be in the second place curse all the time. But for VOIN Donkey, they're standing at number 1 spot right now due to how incredible the players, especially coming up from Zeta. The Xaviers plays themselves 2nd and 3rd. It's going to be more a lot of C groups coming up to the 5th place for 7-9 as well. But coming up from Group B before, which is going to be GEEK Fam and Boom. This is why they love to have the head-to-head between these two teams here. They are the top contention teams. They'll be in action here today.
Yeah, no chicken, no problem for them. 60 points, 57 points, not too far away, and they are both in Group B as well. So far, so good. I expect them to still do well here today based on yesterday's performance. But on page number 2, some teams from Group B here, they need to pick up the pace, especially the Infinity. But with 17 points collected in day number 1, they have to come up with a banger here today in order for them to have a chance to qualify.
Yeah, but Infinity have so much work to do. I mean, like, even if they didn't make it through for the top 8, but we do know for a fact that the last chance later on, which is going to be tomorrow, they have to bring forward their points by end of today. But for the top Sunhawk performers, we have Vampire Esports, GEEK Fam, Alter Ego, and Team Flash. Now, this is going to be interesting, especially coming up from Vampires and GEEK Fam. Possibly this is going to be the start of their good day again. I don't know if they can carry forward their momentum yesterday.
Yeah, and some of the top highlighted teams here, 3 of them are from Group B. That is how insane your Group B is. But this is not going to be insane. This is pretty standard here. We're going to start off our first game inside of Sanhok, our only Sanhok match, followed by 3 Erangels, and we're going to end the day with 2 Miramas. And in between the second Erangel, which is match 15 and also match 16, we will have a break. So that's the time where you guys can grab your snacks and come back later on for the second half of the day, which is the 3rd Erangel, and we'll wrap things up with 2 Miramas.
Yep, when it comes to Mirama, that's where a lot of surprises usually happen. That's what really happened yesterday as well. Incredible shotgun plays coming out from the side of MORPH. I'm looking forward for the teams that pretty vamp up based on yesterday's performance by MORPH, they definitely feel challenged inside, right? So we can expect some teams will outperform somebody else here. I'm waiting for a new record to be formed by end of today.
22. If you're waiting for the end of the day, I worry that you'll be disappointed because the bar is pretty high up there. I mean, they broke like what, from 12 to 22? Like they extended by like 10. So that's definitely a high bar there. And the best part is that when they scored the 22 eliminations, they didn't even get the chicken dinner. They scored third place that time. And imagine if they got the chicken dinner, they would probably have been like what, 25, 26 eliminations? That would have been mind-blowing.
I agree. I mean, like, if they actually close up with the chicken dinner, it's probably going to be one of the Hall of Fame chicken dinner ever across the entirety of PMSL for so many years and so many seasons. And speaking of which, MORPH is going to be one of the underrated team yesterday, having to be pushed from one of the teams actually from the very bottom, not very safe, and we did not expect them to probably be in the straight Super Sunday, the top 8. Who knows? Today we might have a few more surprises just being kept from us. But today I'm looking for TALON's performance, GEEK fam, as well as, you know what, just toss into the hat. It's going to be Infinity. I feel like they definitely want to have a better start by end of today, so when it comes to last chance perhaps, so maybe we get to see something unusual from Infinity. But TALON with a let red face play here today.
Ooh, that would be something that we want to see though. He has yet to play this season. Well, my pick is GEEK fam. I think we have a mutual agreement on that. They have shown a good performance yesterday, so we expect them to do well as well today. NKT, who played majority of their games without Mr. Joe, they were on the rise on day number 1, so they're my pick there. And Alter Ego, well, of course, you gotta put Alter Ego there. I mean, they are Alter Ego. Despite in overall performance, they might not be the Alter Ego that we've seen before, but when they turn up, they really know how to turn up. So those are my personal teams to watch. Who are yours? Put it in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, do tell us. We really want to know and curious about your thoughts as well, because you guys been growing with us since day 1 and even the first season of PMSL. Now we've seen all the teams grow up into from a cute little guy now into an adult and even a man. So can they man up when it comes to the final day here? When it comes to O2 Esports, they definitely have a lot of work to do.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they are in the bottom pack as well. First day debut, not so good for them. In fact, when it comes to eliminations, they probably only had a handful of them, definitely less than 20. But when it comes to tournament records and also points, Alter Ego set the record for the highest score in a single day with 90 points during the 2023 PMSL SEA Fall Week 4 Day 3. Man, a single day 90 points. Man, I remember this one. This was their insane day run.
Yep, it kind of reminds me, is that the same format that we have currently right now? Because it was 2023, so I don't know if we can actually compare if it's going to be a different format. But before we get in depth regarding that, fact check just now. But back to us, our first map of the day, which is going to be Sunhawk, who will get the chicken. Do tell us in your predictions as well, because in 3 seconds, we're going to fly into Sunhawk.
Well, here we go, Sunhawk. Well, when it comes to that one day, it's every day 6 games, even since 2023. So 6 games, 90 points, that was crazy. And anyway, so now we have the flight path here from Camp Bravo all the way to Tambang, but it's Sunhawk, so it's not really of a big of an issue. Yesterday we did see an early fight inside of Pi 9 featuring Team Secret and also Sem9. But both teams are not playing today, so some other team would definitely occupy Pi 9 instead. And I'm looking at BTR. They are spreading around that area.
BTR definitely interested in Pi 9, probably TALON as well, but the fans coming out from TALON, they are spreading quite thin among themselves. Compared to our good taking on top of our team, We do have Alter Ego on Cam Alpha as per usual, but it's always about the circle. Yesterday's circle comprises of all 3 islands. In between those bridges of 3 islands will be the same when it comes to today's Sunhawk. We're gonna have to wait and see when the circle pops, and it will show itself. And now, perhaps not yet. PANDUM got himself bootcamp, and PA seems to be quite close by as well. But yep, which island will it be?
Well, now every team has to play the guessing game. Boom Esports did not like this kind of circle the last time they had it. And while they were traveling, they got caught out and they got eliminated fairly early. So this time, so happened they have to deal with it again. It's almost a similar circle like yesterday. And these are kind of circles that Alter Ego would love to have.
Yep, Alter Ego. As long as they stay where they're at, around the Cam Alpha area, it's going to be fine for them. And high chance it will be around there somewhere. But probably just going to switch and tune up the game a bit if the circle happen to be shifting a bit on the right side more. So you're going to have to wait and see. Very heavily dependent on circle when it comes to Sunhawk. But looking at the lamp, no, we don't see any red phase yet. I don't know why they're not letting him play. That's unusual, honestly, because I love the way he plays. I'm a bit disappointed by now.
Well, we don't know what happens behind the scenes. Maybe he's unwell. Maybe he is, I don't know. Maybe he is. He will be deployed later on when it matters a bit more. Super Sunday, maybe. So we'll keep an eye on the presence of a Red Face in the coming games. But I do agree, having Red Face in the lineup does change the dynamics of the game. He is a very sharp shooter and he's a very aggressive sort of player. So he'll bring the heat to the game when he's together with TALON, but maybe they're also keeping him as that secret weapon, so to speak.
Probably he got some priority stuff behind the scene too, like how Jumper actually does. So we're gonna have to wait and see. Maybe halfway through, maybe they just trying out this lineup as well, trying to sync up and find the chemistry between this lineup of talent players. Maybe there's gonna be new strategy brewing up on the side of TALON. But for PA now, they couldn't actually stick with what they used to play, I guess, because too many teams happen to be in the center of the circle. Yeah, it sounds alright for them to play a bit of later circle, but so far it didn't work out for PA, honestly.
Yeah, 22 points so far. With this amount of points, I guess they will also kind of expect to play for the last chance qualifiers later on. And if I were to look at the record of PA, I guess all the things that they could improve on are their elimination. So far, we have not seen PA really winning any significant fights yet. So that's something that they need to go back to the drawing board. I mean, they do have a huge revamp onto their roster. So perhaps when it comes to coordinating fights, whether it's defensively or offensively, that's something that they can look into.
Now, speaking of fights, it feels like the same sort of pattern and formula for the teams at the very bottom here. If they don't initiate the fight, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Most of the teams at the very bottom, most of the times, they are running away from fights instead of facing it head on. I don't know if it's going to be a great result if they try to just go and face the consequences of the teams rushing into the compound, but seems like running away will not solve the problem for the teams at the very bottom for now.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I guess they would be motivated to just try to take fights because you wanna, you also wanna like have the best start possible in the last chance qualifiers, right? And if you don't, then you fall down even further on the pecking order when it comes to the last chance qualifiers. So, I guess if you're looking at yourself and thinking like, oh, I'm at the 20-ish point mark, below 30 basically. I guess if I were the teams, it's like we should play without fear, like just go for it. Because if you don't, then the possibility of missing out on the Super Sunday will be pretty high.
Yep, and it's going to be reprimanding for the teams that didn't make it out for the first Super Sunday, by the way, and Super Tuesday in this case, of course. But speaking of which, we do have a quiet start here across Sunhawk. Nothing seems to be happening yet. No first contact made between the teams or any of the players, but the players definitely go for their second checkpoint for now, including XERXIA. Last time we saw PANDUM was taking boot camp. I'm not sure if they want to stay, but speaking of staying or not, Like I mentioned before, we don't see them initiating for TODAK, but instead they always get engaged and force engaged, taken by surprise by TALON this time. Misery from behind, alongside with the rest of TALON. They are quite spread out just to give the pressure on different angles to a side of TODAK. And not just them, there's also GEEK fam around the corner. There's going to be 2 teams versus 1 TODAK in the center.
Well, no first knock nor elimination yet, but a lot of eyes on the TODAK. Now that they're on the lower ground, they do have the compound though, so as long as none of the members get knocked, they should still be kind of okay there. Of course, GEEK fam will try to find that advantage. If they can get one, then it's going to be a bonus. If not, then it's more like warning shots towards TODAK. The fact that they are up here and don't come towards them. But warning shots from XERXIA, looks like it worked out for them to get a knock onto GenForce from BTR.
PANDUM take it on XERXIA, who just happened to be crossed by around boot camp. We thought XERXIA had it what they had in mind, knowing that PANDUM might actually gatekeeping on the side of boot camp here. There's going to be hot drop before an initial drop spot. We have multiple teams engaging in fights here right now, including Boom and NKT. I'm loving this, but this time we still have Mr. Joe. But after they swapped the Mr. Joe last the first day, NKT seems to be, pretty much having a better standard than before when it comes to their gameplay and also their rush and initiation for fights.
Yeah, maybe it's a break that he needed, but I guess it was also Boom that came onto them. And well, Boom don't like this kind of circle. It happened to them yesterday and it happened to them again today. Number 16 out without any eliminations at all. And we're going to get a somewhat similar sort of circle. It goes towards the Camp Alpha Island and Outer Eagle again. They will love this sort of circle.
Speaking of the circle, there's going to be a difficult one, but Alter Ego, I agree. Some of them will be loving the circle so much, including RQ as well. RQ, they got themselves some coming back yesterday as well. And BTR, they quite confident when it comes to their interview just now by Satar, but unfortunately they left only Zaxi here to swim by himself. Hopefully he can get himself covered and not being discovered by all the other teams surrounding this area right now. RQ across the other side of Camp Alpha Island. There's also another team behind it, which is going to be PANDUM around bootcamp, and the other side across of the river will be probably another team waiting to eye him out. So good luck, Zaxi, being the best diver in the world right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's a iffy circle, so a lot of teams start to lose players early on. Expect more to come, though, with this sort of circle. And teams will need to rush up to the Camp Alpha Island. I would expect Vampire Esports to start to do the same as well. Last time we saw the map, they should be able to clear. But not really. This time, they have XERXIA to deal with before they can cut across.
Vampire, XERXIA, been aggressive since they got their comeback for this season here. Erangel coming in first, trying to lock himself behind Vampires, but I'm not sure that's going to be a good sign. And now their formation's broken. Zony K, as per usual, this guy's a genius when it comes to picking into the fights.
Yeah, and he will lead the rush this time instead of staying behind. So Tony K turns to the right. There's one person there, and it's going to be a straightforward elimination for Tony K to eliminate XERXIA at number 15. XERXIA's out, but at least they got a point.
We just entered stage number 2 and 4 eliminations by Tony K himself. My Tony K. No stopping this guy's progress and growth. Every single season, he just keeps getting better.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all the gun skills, the game sense, and he continues to develop. He doesn't even slow down. A great work there by Tony K, but let's see if we can get more out of this round with this sort of tough circle. But by winning that fight, that will give them somewhat of an entry point to the Camp Alpha Island. Now, speaking about entry points, the GEEK fam need to find their own since they don't have the circle now.
Speaking of circle, moving away from all the teams that happen to be on different islands, except for those actually in Camp Alpha, that's going to be RQ and Alter Ego. I want to see the bridges between those islands, by the way. We're probably going to have some bridge campers as well. For GEEK fam, at least it's still stage 2, but hey, hopefully they have enough utilities to last them long enough to be in the safe zone. TODAK, despite we had 3 teams possibly, or 2 teams passing by early on, they still survive, make it okay, and still touching the rim of the circle. So I think they don't really have to leave, but like I mentioned before, the bottom teams, especially Infinity, Team Flash, PEA, TODAK, they need to make a move first instead of being the victim, might as well being the predator for once.
Okay, let's see. Will they continue to be the predator? And I'm referring to Alter Ego. Looks like they still have the chance with this sort of circle. Interesting enough that RRQ has that compound just above Vampire Esports. This will make it difficult for Vampire. But lucky enough for them that they still have the circle for now. So they don't need to really force themselves to take that fight against RRQ. They can still hold their ground and expect teams from Bootcamp to come towards them. And that's where they could potentially farm eliminations.
A lot of you guys hoping for Vampires, some of you guys waiting for Boom Chicken. We're gonna have to wait and see for that, guys, because Vampires, yeah, they definitely got themselves the almost inside of the circle, probably at the rim of it, not really in the center because of the center. It's gonna be the river itself, but there's gonna be so much contention on the right side of circle just now. But back to his OT Esports, Fredo spotted out TODAK, who tried to climb those rift up just now, but 9 got clipped down to only 60% HP left. Definitely not gonna have any problem to regen himself, but different area, we have a different fight entirely. And KT, they are a monster in Sandhog right now.
Ooh, NKT, 5 eliminations already with Mr. Joe back in the lineup. My boy, Mr. Joe. But Amazal, the new boy of O2, now needs to go up against TODAK. Not in the best of situation for him. And TODAK is looking for the final member of O2 in this area. Anyway, we move over to Roy versus TALON right now. TALON playing without a red face still. And Roy is on the lower ground. And I noticed that one of the players, Axel, has actually circled around. So now Roy is being sandwiched.
Roy didn't see this one coming, but they start tossing those nades out just to open up their entry out or just exit out from the box coming out from TALON. And TALON, you know what? Even though they're being boxed in and cornered, they fought back, Porsche. I mean, this is going to be 2v4 in the side of TALON. They are losing their grip over Roy right now.
Oh, here we go. From the lower ground, we have a snake here named Porsche. Probably catch Misery. Misery just right in front of him. Okay, cooking up this thing, but oh, wait a second. Who shot him from the back? Who helped Misery? And it is from the other end. It is Axel that turned around them and sandwiched them all together, even though he wanted to backstab Misery, but Axel is there.
But back to the side of NKT just now, despite they had a really good run, they fought them way. It's actually Tony K helping just now TALON as well. So that's pretty much straightforward what really happened to TALON, why they're falling one by one from behind, being knocked down. But fortunate enough for the side of TALON, they are coming back into the game. But NKT being pressured by PEA before, but PEA lost heavy casualty on their side, leaving with only one player. And plus NKT, can they revive their teammate? They are way in the blue zone on top of Painan right now. They have a lot of going on down there. But Alter Ego and RRQ, they still scored this circle. They will try to dominate and capitalize over this, and gatekeeping on the left and right side.
Alter Ego licking their lips right now with a high ground advantage. Even if O2 wants to come by, they could be spotted out. But nade onto Zaxi, and BTR have been eliminated by Team PANDUM. They go out without a single point.
Joel healing himself back up. Dimsy swimming over to the other side, hoping to rejoin his teammate. But we have a bit of a glimpse of the replay come up from GEEK fam early on. Roy, how things didn't turn so well for them in the blue zone as well. The teams actually stay in the blue zone. Good luck, have fun getting into the circle right now. A bit of tap from RIQ from the inner side of the circle, making sure that Vampires couldn't come in. But TODAK versus GEEK fam next.
Oh, here we go. Both of these teams still on the outside of the circle, exchanging nades to each other. 9 is now on his knees, but the nade from Dammer will land onto Lynx. And now TODAK only has 2 active players left. Cleon together with Iftar. They try to survive the bombardment from GEEK fam. At the same time, the blue will be onto them. Iftar now tanking out the blue. Next is going to be Cleon. Cleon's now pretty low, but he managed to heal up. Iftar now down on his knees, only left with Cleon, but Dammer is going to rush in. One final member of TODAK. He cannot pull this clutch off, unfortunately, against GEEK fam, and TODAK will be eliminated at number 12.
And after being finished off by the blue zone as well just now, GEEK fan, they need to reset quickly because the blue zone start to hurt them right now at stage number 4. But NKT next, despite they got their 8 elimination just now, bulldozing people from behind, unfortunately, due to damage coming out from PA, they're being eliminated the moment they try to step into the circle. Next is going to be PANDUM versus RRQ. RRQ, they are taking actions matter into hand right now, despite they got themselves the circle and alongside with Alter Ego. But Vampire seems to be very interested in being the third party.
Okay, here we go. RRQ, not in the best defensive state as well. I mean, they only have one active player now. As much as they have held on to this compound, but the defensive play by RRQ did not really work out for them. Oh, Tony K took out POCO, so there was a long-range steal there out of the hands of Team PANDUM.
Team PANDUM definitely not happy about this. Lost one man, Dimsy. But the blue zone will not agree with them. The moment the circle shrinks even further, in 10 more seconds to go, we get to know the next circle where will it pop in stage number 5. But for PANDUM, they have to cut across RRQ no matter what. It's going to be Fnatic for their contender here, but there's going to be a lot of other teams from behind as well. O2 in problem. They are in the blue zone still.
Oh man, still need to tank out the blue now. But other teams are still on the outside. They might need to tank the blue as well. Now that we're coming on to stage 6 real soon, in about 30 more seconds. But the Infinity, one of them, okay, really busy right now for the Infinity. Look at this, they're surrounded by one team on top, that is Alter Ego, and the team below them, that is O2. So even if they want to move forward, they have to clear one of their sides before they can do so.
Pick your poison. And Alter Ego seems to be interested in this fight as well. Infinity pop their smoke, definitely give away the position here. Rosemary definitely have advantage, huge advantage over the view right on top of Infinity right now. Spotted them out. There's a couple of rock structures in between, make it so difficult for him to land the shots. PANDUM taking down our RRQ players. Well, Alter Ego still finding the angle to shoot from afar. We talk about Rosemary taking advantage. Infinity and O2, that's going to be a bit late for the kill feed, I assume. But O2 slowly creeping in, snaking his way into the smoke. And here comes the Nate to surprise them from behind.
The bombardment onto the Infinity. They already lost 2 players to the hands of Alter Ego. Alter Ego looking for more. And this is Rosemary, ladies and gentlemen. He's out of nades though. If only he had more nades, he would love to toss it onto Infinity. But right now, all he needs to do is just wait for Infinity to move because the blue will do its work.
There's going to be a perfect angle. Pretty much advantage in Rosemary's hand right now. Right on top of this rock will block him from any explosion from the hand grenade coming up from Infinity. But O2 still struggle to cut across. GEEK fam, they're taking on O2. High shots on the ground. They also have vampires to deal with from behind. Now Infinity, how to cut across? Rosemary heavily guarding over this side with the advantage of the high terrain plus the rock to take covers from any sort of utility being tossed about. But Tiger take advantage also slightly a bit. Rosemary chipped down to only 40% or to 35% of HP left. But it's not going to having any problems. Still got healthy utilities, but GEEK fam, Mika from off angle, shooting it all the way across downtown.
Wow, where did that shot come from? I wish I had a bird's eye view there to see where exactly Mika's position is at. But unfortunately, the view that we got is that Infinity is out at number 7 without any elimination points. And move over to the shore. Looks like Vampire Esports have this compound and they will need to defend it against Team Flash. Swaps now down on his knees. Gosu in the same situation as well. Now we do have GEEK fam. Oh my goodness. This is a position that GEEK fam, Dabru could steal away eliminations, and he did!
Make it double at that. Might as well get 2 in the discount of 1. Now, Dabru definitely happy about this. He's one of the MVP. Got himself a double digit by now. GEEK fan and Vampires are racing for the eliminations here. 10 for each of the team respectively. But both of them having a bit of a trade-off down there. They're exchanging their man with Alter Ego, who got the advantage when it comes to the high hills and high grounds. Now, that's going to be a bit of a hike for GEEK fam and Vampire too.
Top 5 teams left just like this. Okay, Audrey needs to move. And at the same time, Alter Ego, as usual, they'll take care of the high ground. So if anyone shows themselves, then Alter Ego will have the best advantage possible. Even Alpha is in the middle of the circle right now. Okay, sees Vampire Esports. They try to fire back onto Alpha. Audrey gave himself up to the blue, by the way. So that's point denied away. But the nade from Stone will take out Achul and Jobreaky. One nade to rule them all. Man, you blink and you miss that moment.
That's pretty swift nade coming out from the side of teams, but now the only two teams. Can Alter Ego score another chicken here today after their first yesterday? Whilst Vampires have to pick up one of their members. It's going to be a 3v3 right now. They lost Rosemary early on, although without an elimination yet. And Blue Zone hitting on Boy Chill. Not the best position, slowly snaking his way into the safe circle. But the problem is Alter Ego do have the high ground advantage. But on the side of Vampires, they have a couple of structures and the Blues are not closing as fast. But at the same time, Shrap's kind of in trouble.
Here we go. Looks like a movement here by Alter Ego to reposition themselves. I mean, they're in a really hard position now. Vampire Esports, only 2 players left. They don't have a good view of Alter Ego. This is bad news for them. As Watcher now rushes in onto Vampire Esports. This will also allow the members of Alter Ego to gather information on where they are. As Stone fires back, he will go down. Now it's down to only Tony K to come up with a miracle run.
Feels like Alter Ego do have better odds in this 3v1. Vampires only left with one player, which could be Tony K. But it's Tony K we're talking about. We've seen him clutch this situation before, but it's against 3 of Alter Ego. Tony K, can he do it again? But the Blueser will not help him. And Alter Ego still wins the first chicken of the day.
I mean, Alter Ego, they do love this circle, so great work. They did not let that one go. Although they love it, they still need to work for it. So Alter Ego, chicken dinner. This is the second chicken dinner for the PMSL this season. Great work by them and great control of high ground as always. They are masters of the camp of high ground and they stop a lot of teams from entering into the circle.
Yeah, but I kind of agree. I mean, the only one that can actually stop them was RRQ, but RRQ worked their way out of the circle just now, just to shut down the teams coming out from the right side of the island. And then, hence, because of that action, Alter Ego pretty much capitalized over the hill by themselves in a total of quite a number of eliminations here. It's going to be 10 in total. We have so many double digit just now, Cloud. It means that probably we will probably going to have a lot of zeros as well for the match ranking later on.
Yeah, I would expect that as well with this kind of circle. So we'll check out the points in a bit more, but we're going to award the MVP this round to Octa. So we had Rosemary as the MVP, and then now with Octa, 3 eliminations, but he come up with a whooping amount of damage, 728 for 3 eliminations. That is huge, with 145 damage received, 24% team contribution, and a 20 minutes 30 seconds survival time.
Yep, it seems like Alter Ego alternatingly bringing up the members here slowly but surely, including here when it comes to the last day of group stage in week 1 with the least amount of time for GEEK Fam. But despite of that, GEEK Fam have been going great for week 1 when it comes to their consistency.
Yeah, GEEK Fam still very consistent, so gotta be careful of this team. They could pull off a surprise at the end of the day, so keep an eye on GEEK Fam. Well, we also keep an eye on the highlights here, brought to you by Alter Ego's Chicken Dinner.
What a start for our day with so many double digit of eliminations here in the first game. Sandhawk when it comes to day number 3. 10 elimination coming up from Alter Ego with 20 total points. Well, Vampire got himself 12. I mean, like, oh my god. Vampire is aiming for those eliminations here probably the entire day. And GEEK fam still consistently being in the top 4 in every single map. But never the chicken. But still scored himself at 14.
Yeah, we could probably say the same for NKT as well. No placement points, but they got 8 eliminations in this round. So that's good enough for them. 8 points with a very hard circle in Sandhawk. I mean, they definitely take that here. Great work as well. But PA and Roy, the same as well. No placement points, but they got themselves 3 eliminations each in the top circle. That's absolutely fine. And we'll talk about the possibility of some of these teams not getting any points at all. So it happened to be RRQ, BTI, and Boom. But to my surprise, it's RRQ because they had a pretty nice compound that they failed to defend.
A bit too greedy, pushing it outside of the circle at the rim of it just now. If they have stayed quite in the center, I think there won't be a problem scoring themselves in the top 4. But you do what you have to do. Sometimes it's a coin toss, depending on the results later on. But still standing at number 1 is going to be VOIN Donkey. They will not be playing the top 4. Other groups that already finished off their run, including Sam9 as well in the top 6. But slowly climbing up, GEEK fam, like you mentioned, is the team that everybody should watch out for, despite no chicken. But they still maintain themselves in the first page here due to their consistency and their high fragging numbers.
And they are the only team in the first half of first page that has only played 7 games, and they're already there. So the numbers do speak for itself. But on page number 2, okay. So remember, the golden number is to be at top 8 onwards. And some of these teams will not move, especially the teams that have completed all their matches, which is 12 matches. So XERXIA, Roy, TALON, PANDUM, they still have a chance. They just need to pick up the pace so that they'll be in the top 8.
Yeah, for PANDUM just now to drop himself bootcamp, they took a bit of a fight against XERXIA. And for NKT, I love how they bring up their performance, including today. They're being very aggressive since the start, taking 2 teams back to back. But unfortunately, they're just being eliminated quite early on. And as per usual, I mean, like, this guy is really a legend. And no doubt about that regarding his performance, he keeps on growing. There's no limit. Tony K is the main pillar for Vampire Esports. Just dished out 1,208 damage casually like that, while the rest of them nowhere near when it comes comparing to his damage.
Yeah, and that's almost double the number of Opta, who was the MVP in the previous round. And Vampire Esports, it's not like they had an easy round as well because they were gate-capped by RRQ, but they still made it far enough. And in fact, they had the most eliminations among the other teams with 12 eliminations. Even Alter Ego scored the chicken dinner, got 10.
And GEEK fam get 10 as well. I mean, Vampires, they're really aiming for something else here today. And maybe not the position or placement points. Probably just going to go for more. I mean, like, I love how Tony can just bring us so much unusual angles, not like everybody else, just how confident he was, taking a different position entirely by himself, like you mentioned. But just now, his game sense in on different level, a different tier entirely. And I just wish we can actually see the rest of the team start to work around him as well. Maybe just, keep the par up to just keeping the pace with Tony K. But next, we get to see, is it really Alter Ego coming back into this season, or was it just the circle just now? Because right now we get to test their adaptability when it comes to the 3 maps of Erangel later.
Yeah, so let's see here. This Erangel match will be with a new group as well. Obviously Group A and Group B, so it's a new mix that we're about to see. Sandhawk is done. At least for Erangel, they have a chance to, like, okay, if we don't do well this round, we can still look back at this map, what happened, drop where, and so on and so forth, and rework that for the following Erangel. So this will give them a bit more chance. But you mentioned this as well, like yesterday, is that you have to be the master of Erangel, and that totally makes sense because it is the most played map in any official PUBG Mobile tournament nowadays.
Unless if you can pull a MORPH, like how they did in one single map of Miramar, just get those over 20 eliminations. Don't care too much about placement points, but if you bulldoze a quarter of the population of PUBG, well, why not just focus on Mirama if you can actually do that with a shotgun for every CQC possible. Now, we do know that's not many teams that actually been possessed in certain times. Hopefully we get to see one in Erangel, because feels like NKT is on different vibe if you compare with last season. I'm loving what they're bringing here.
Yeah, as of the first game for today, I'm loving it. I mean, the last few games as well. The other day they were not too bad, but I'm still waiting for that one thing, the Mr. Joe moment. Like last season, there were like multiple times that they pull off a Mr. Joe moment that only he could do it. Yeah, I want that moment. I want the big Mr. Joe moment.
Let's do it, Mr. Joe. Let's go for the Erangel map. Who knows? Maybe he will surprise us with multiple unusual plays and even a clutch for Chicken Dinner, which we saw a lot coming out from Roy. We had one from Alter Ego. Maybe this time it's something coming out from, NKT from the ties. I mean, we had one from the Vietnam for the clutch of Chicken Dinner. We had one from Indonesia, which was Alter Ego. We need one from Thailand too.
Yeah, so let's do it, Mr. Joe. Let's do it. Okay, so how do we say this in Thai, right? Matankan Teksa, Mr. Joe.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's let's do it, Mr. Joe. Matakan Teksa, Mr. Joe.
I just hope you didn't butcher anything and not cursing anything else. You guys please clarify it for us, just for the sake of safety for Circlab before you got cancelled.
Matakan Hexa. Matakan Teksa, Mr. Joe. I'm pretty sure it doesn't sound anything like that.
Yeah, definitely not close enough, man.
Yeah, it doesn't sound Thai enough.
It sounds too English.
I know, right? Man, gotta take Thai classes soon.
What do you mean, Hexa? What is Hexa? But okay.
Yeah, no. No idea.
We have 1 minute to go before we head into our first Erangel of the day, and this is going to be the first push for the teams in the Erangel map. But a lot of GEEK fan players down there as well when it comes to the stats.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, right? GEEK fan doing very well, especially with Damru. Damru has been really stepping up the game. And he also has capable players who's able to do it as well. Players that we have seen before that has done well individually, like Audrey, like Mika, and they are able to step up the game too. So, I mean, even Aizain himself, even before he joined GEEK Fam, he has been a very strong player individually. I mean, that's why GEEK Fam got it. So, anyone could come up at this point as the top performer for GEEK Fam.
Yeah, speaking of, will they be performing great again when it comes to first Erangel? But I want to see more of Tony K as well. Tony K has been amazing here today, man. But let's jump straight into our first Erangel of the day.
First Erangel between Group A and Group B. Here we go. But if I do have that one wish list, okay. Besides the Mr. Joe moments, right? Besides the Mr. Joe moment, an individual player to be able to turn up, and he hasn't really shown him the best of himself. I mean, we did see like one amazing moment yesterday, and then the rest of it is like maybe his other teammates picked it up instead. It's yummy for Boom Esports to be able to turn up again. The DBS guy.
I mean, Boom yesterday, there was quite a lot of miscalculation when it comes to a rush into a compound, trying to flush another team out, and things didn't work out so well for them. Hopefully, they review their yesterday's performance and just come back a bit stronger after they discuss it with their coach regarding their yesterday's performance. A lot of unusual push from Boom, despite they have no info regarding that certain compound, because that was something that's quite a rookie mistake, honestly.
Well, I mean, sometimes it's very situational, right? So, it depends a lot of different factors. So, can't say it's it's situational at the end of the day. But for the drops, okay, I'm just looking at some of the drop changes here. Since Team Secret is not playing, Vampire Esports quick drop into Novo instead. Starbuck Kaminsky is by PA, and they have been fans of playing by the edge of the maps. But this time, great for them because the circle happened to be on the right, so no big unusual circle for our first Erangel.
Quite generous. maybe just trying to warm up the players first before we're heading into a more challenging ending by the end of the day. But boom, like we mentioned before, have they recovered from their miscalculations yesterday? Do have Pombit, Razy, Frenzy and Yummy May for the lineup here as their starters. But when it comes to the circle, it seems like everybody's gonna be happy about this. And no first contact made yet between the scouters too. Close enough for Infinity. He happened to be greeting another team just now. But he's happily snatching the vehicle away under their noses.
Yeah, so that's the objective. Grab a vehicle, chow from the area, and it's done. And they survive. So great work. Because yesterday we did see a few vehicle tussles that ended up with eliminations, and it involved the Infinity. And obviously that kind of hurt their campaign. They're now the only team to not gain at least 20 points. So at least with this kind of start, not losing anyone, they got the vehicle, they got what they wanted. At least it's something that they could potentially ride on for the rest of the round.
Speaking of XERXIA, another team that have huge potential for the day number 1 before. And now coming back, but didn't have a great start in Sunhawk. Mega Earth has been amazing first day, man. Mega Earth have been showing what he's capable of. The side that we never knew that he actually had. But this time, I'm not sure with so much progress come out from each of the team adaptability. I'm not sure if they can actually keep this up, because right now, I feel like all guns blazing and cylinders all out for the teams, especially at the very top, with GEEK Fam taking the lead, very consistent. And Vampire is aiming for eliminations there, so we expect them to be super aggressive today for Vampires.
Yeah, GEEK, Vampire, Alter Ego, they're pretty healthy right now with the remaining 5 games to go for them to hit that at least 80-point mark and above. So not too far away from the predicted target, that is. I would say even Boom Esports as well, with how they've been performing. And KT, just because they have sometimes a up and down performance, so 54 points is still kind of shaky for them. And that is, of course, adding together the fact that of the up and down performance. But if they're able to really keep up the pace on how like they have played inside of Sunhawk with the 8 eliminations despite having a tough circle, then NKT could be also in the running to get a direct slot into Super Sunday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for that, because we haven't seen, like, it's always the usual names that we've mentioned before. Boom, Alter Ego, even back in the days, BTR, Vampires, of course. But I love to see the rise of a team that never under the spotlight, including like NKT, XERXIA, probably even Roy in this case, because Roy, they surprise us so much when it comes to the start of this season.
Oh yeah, I mean, Roy is quite a surprise. 37 points. Some may say that, oh, it's nothing to be shouted about. But if you think about it, they are in Group B. And Group B have the most heavy hitters. They will play every single round with teams from Group B. So that's number 1. And number 2 is that they still have 5 more games to go. So mathematically, 5 more games to go with 37 points is still somewhat doable. If they don't qualify directly in Super Sunday, at least they will have a good start in the last chance qualifiers, and they can be kind of relaxed with that.
And but for me personally, they should pat themselves at the back as well. If you compare, like, why are we shouting so much about Roy here this time? Roy, if you compare with last season, they're nowhere near where their standards are right now. It's such a different team. It feels like they flipped the coin or somehow. Feels more confident this season. You can see their firepower. They're engaging in more fights and they're not running away from fights. Usually they're always going to be the victim, but this time they're becoming the prey, and I'm loving what they're bringing here as well. And not just that, when they're being rushed in, their defense seems to be a bit more stronger than before as well. They are prepared, they're guarded up. But speaking of talent, now they are picking out on TODAK, who happen to be just passing by. I think due to the distance, it's not going to be a problem for TODAK to revive their teammate.
I hope Roy doesn't become the prey, instead they become the predator. As for TODAK, normally this fish is more like a predatory fish, but 9 being not okay. They're deciding whether they want to go in for him, or is 9 being used as a hostage right now. So they are in a 50-50 dilemma. But Yoru, there you go, splat onto the ground, and they will score first blood, taking out 9, one of the newest members to the first team lineup of TODAK.
first one to be out in the game, back into the lobby, the first player, and that's going to remain 4-bear for now. Because we don't see any other team seems to be in close contact so far. And Boom getting himself a bit of a high ground advantage here, just to see if there's anyone passing by. We're going to have to wait for the next circle to see how it will progress from here forth. But for Boom, the one that I feel like what's lacking here for this season from them is the info. Like, they don't have enough information every time they try to rotate, but we might actually have some bunker fights this early, including around shelter. And KT and Vampire seems to be sharing the same thought of having those bunker for themselves.
Yeah, I see you, you see me. Let's see who will
We
pull
are
the
happy
trigger
family.
first. Yeah. Not that happy though, I guess. But maybe outside the game. But inside the game, we just saw that Yoru, how he got that knock and he immediately wanted to secure the elimination point. So there was an active move there by Yoru. I guess he was also pretty clear that the other members of TODAK are not there for him to do that.
Tony K, if we can just stay from his perspective and his POV for a bit, I want to learn and I want to see how this guy actually thinks when he plays himself in those off-angle position, confidently guarding himself, survive and not even being discovered by the enemy team. But next we have the most consistent team when it comes to week number 1. GEEK fam is on the go for their victims there. Who will be their next target? They are very close to Vampires. You might have Yasnaya Buliana Circle or not. Will it move all the way to Prison and Lipovka and Boom and Alter Ego? Seems like they know how to read the circle this time.
Yeah, just go to somewhere as close to the middle as possible, and there's a very high chance that you get it. Especially if like from stage 1 to stage 2, since the circle is really, really big still. And so happen that the circle is still there with that airdrop right smack in the middle as well. I wonder who will go and get it though. But with this kind of circle, I would kind of like to see a Lipovka finish. We've seen that before last season. It was amazing for the Xavier. But this time, the chances are pretty slim. But as long as you still have that area in the circle, it could possibly still happen.
A dreamy Lipovka, I agree. Circle seems to be more favoured to a side of Prison, or even slightly just back to the main island, at the main ground where we have more land to play with. XERXIA prepared themselves for the rush coming up from BTR. BTR playing around the corners. They're getting on one jump shot by Gemforce. That's one down for XERXIA. Make it 2 right now, and even 3. Mega Mine and also Mega Earth. They lost 2 members in an instant. Erangel knew it straight away being finished off by BTR. They split it about. XERXIA, lucky enough, did not actually stay clustered as a 4 where BTR actually had that rush before. If not, the entire crew would already probably get wiped out. Or maybe it's going to be the reverse in that circumstances.
Well, they tried to do a 2-2 split with different compounds to take different angles. But little do they know that BTR was there and they got caught out. But nice defense by BTR as well. Quickly reacted to the situation and they scored their first 2 points after a disappointing round number 1 for them. So at least this is a motivational start for BTR, who's still sticking with the same lineup since yesterday. Although they do have a couple of sub players that they can swap in, but trust the process, it seems, for BTR.
Yeah, I feel like BTR definitely try to build up their chemistry among the players, not to switch too much, since they're slowly building up the momentum, especially after we saw them in day number 1. But here comes the stats from Tony K. His average damage per map is always going to be over 500. This guy is crazy good. The way he plays, he looks so calm. He's not using too many fingers like everybody else. It's just probably the max is going to be 4. And he still look like a normal player, but the way he thinks, that's gold.
Yeah, and if you think about it, right, average elimination 3. That's 3 every round, and that is a pretty good stat there, I must say. That's a very, very good stat. Some of the players even come up with average of like what, 1 point something, or even like some of the best numbers that we have seen is also like 2 point something. So 3 is definitely high up there. So far Tony K has still been a very strong anchor for Vampire Esports. Speaking about Vampire, well, they need to move since the circle shifted towards the right, and they're on the southern side together with GEEK fam still.
Circle just happened to be hovering around Mansion. And BTR might actually be in the center too. Vampires now have to cut across GEEK Fam. One of them being knocked down in the center, but Audrey can be picked up by Damrud. That is exactly what it's doing. Tony K having trouble to visualize on the other side of the hill due to the uneven curvature of the terrain itself. Now he's probably going to reposition himself. Knowing Tony K, he will not settle until he gets to see what's happening on the other side of the map.
So getting a good visual is not going to be that easy with the soft terrain. But this is going to be easy because it's a flat ground. But it's going to be Infinity the moment it crash in. BTR, nice defense. 3 touch now, the final member. And he only has about 30% health. He does not have any healing utilities at all. So this could be an easy cleanup there. Satar landing the final blow with his nade. And that is it for the Infinity again. Another early elimination and still not able to break into the 20-point mark.
Yeah, BTR have that clean up pretty easy, alright. And that's going to be them reviving their teammate and having a bit of reset with a lot of abundance of loot laying around. And the best place is going to be indoors too, so they don't really have to worry about whether they have to go outside or not to have a bit of resources replenished at the very current moment. And BTR, they will revive as a tree. Even though they lost one, it's going to be well worth it with 5 eliminations already secured in their scoreboard. But you're going to play a bit of a shack moment, yeah? PANDUM not doing so well with a small shack.
Yeah, I mean, eyes from GEEK Fam onto them. Now it's just a matter of finding the right angle. TMC should be able to be saved, but GEEK Fam, they are getting closer and closer. Archer still keeping an eye while reviving his teammate, but by then he should be able to shoot back. Okay, that's Billboard though, on a different angle, but still pretty much in the same shack area. Now, GEEK Fam, they'll put focus onto the shack first before other areas, it seems. But beautiful nade sent into the shack. The shack without a rooftop made it easy for them to land it.
Not that easy yet due to the uneven entry of there's a bit of a bouncing back for the side of the nades just now. Due to the smoke, they will have some difficulty, but thanks to the molly instead. I agree with the molly. That's going to be the perfect utility to be tossed to the side of PANDUM. Right now, they're being cornered down and squared down to only one particular angle. But GEEK Fam, Audrey, seems to be screaming for help by to his side of Aizen, and Pop the Smoke will help and rescue his teammate. But Jabrankin, the rest of PANDUM, will have to open up some space for his teammate to get out from that very small shack. But unfortunately, from behind, Damrud is watching like a hawk.
Ooh, what an angle there by Damrud. This is now the goal signal here for GEEK Fam to crash in. And they'll send Mika into the forefront. Molly will be tossed on to the other side. Nobody's in the shack for now. But the DBS by Mika is deadly. And you will not be able to get away from it. With that, Team PANDUM falls to GEEK Fam. And GEEK Fam had a perfect run against them.
Yep, nobody at a loss, no trade-off with all 4 men well and alive. It's all about the reset, but do they have enough time? So far, no other new contenders coming in. So it's going to be A-OK. RRQ taking on Tim Flash next. Boom, waiting for the triangle standstill standoff between them and also Vampires and possibly also maybe GEEK Fam from the back, who knows? But RRQ, they're not playing inside of a circle this time.
Yeah, they're still on the outside. Taking their time. 1 elimination so far for RRQ, but for them to play from the outside in, that might potentially give them opportunities to gain elimination points. But they have to make it quick because other teams are starting to gain elimination points for themselves. And they might potentially take it against XERXIA. But this is not a potential. This is happening right now. BTR again, another defense against PA this time.
PA. They cannot play it safe or play it quiet anymore. Conservative play don't seem to be the perfect strategy for this season here. And BTR forcing them out from the hiding spot. There's so many barricades behind due to their vehicles, but some of them not exploded yet. Nate's being raining over the side of PA. They're being showered by it, of course, and BTR keep the pressure on. Whether you go for the right and just run away or just fight back. And they try to fight back, but it's not going to be enough. They have no visualization to his BTR to have it indoors right now. They have all walls to cover themselves. And BTR just keep the grenade just being lobbed over to the side of PA. I don't see them even have any sort of room to breathe. I think Sergio taking a bit of a fight on a different angle too, but It's gonna be PEA have to bowing out early on.
Well, you asked about XERXIA. They went in a fight with RRQ, and RRQ was not able to win the fight with XERXIA. And with that, RRQ have been eliminated. But I have to give it to BTR. I mean, there were multiple times that they had to defend their compound, and they did it again and again and again. And now they have to do it again, but this time it's up against TODAK.
TODAK slowly trying to calculate about the angles of BTR, and despite BTR don't have even a downtime, not really licking their wound, they got themselves a landslide win against PEA just now. All they need to do is just keep on pushing with 9 eliminations. Can they score double digits after they try to take the fight against TODAK? But TODAK do have some upper hand here. They definitely have a better angle and have wider perspective compared to BTR, who has no info regarding whatever happening on the outside.
Yeah, that's why they need to find different angles here to gather information. But at the same time, have to consider to not overexpose themselves. But anyway, next circle, I guess both teams might as well wait up for it and see whether this compound is still valuable for them to continue to take this fight. And it looks like this compound is no longer valuable. But I would expect both teams to still try to cancel out each other. And TODAK is going to open up the opportunity by knocking out Satar.
Another nade being dropped down. Satar, nobody can actually save him. But lucky enough, there's some angles that can work things out for Gen Force to prepare himself with that DBS in case TODAK start to rush in here. Alter Ego seems to be taking the back step towards the side of TODAK. They will be distracted for a bit. This is a good opportunity for BTR to bounce back. Now TODAK, they got sandwiched between two teams since Alter Ego decided to join in the fight.
Oh, Lapan knocked down. TODAK, this is their chance right now. Satar is back up. And they do still have the numbers against BTR, but they're not really going in for it. That will allow Lapan to be picked up. Lynx popping up the smoke. Probably waiting for the next smoke to start coming up. And he's going in for it. But Lapa is back up now, so it's 3v2.
Lapa managed to reset himself down to only 2 health medkits of first aid. But they don't have any utilities coming up from behind. It's going to be those shotgun plays again. Gen Force prepare himself with the DBS. Fight back to the start of TODAK. And TODAK did not expect those fight back in the very last minute by Gen Force. Gen Force bought a bit more longer time for BTR. But next, and Katie and Roy, man, our two favorite teams seems to be having a go.
Well, now it looks like Roy only has one active player. And Spider is going to go in for it. It's going to be a straightforward cleanup here by NKT. They lost Mr. Joe in the process, but they scored 5 eliminations so far. And now move over to Boom Esports and Vampire Esports.
Tony K, Vampires trying to find an entry to his side of Boom. But there's so many colors coming into the circle here. Look how colorful the mini-map is right now on top of Prison. And for Boom and Vampires, they scored themselves those compound, yes. But the others will willingly, happily trying to snatch it away from their hands. And KT will be one of the very first few to start to make an initiation to a sort of Boom here. Come out from the back line. But there's going to be a crash for TALON and NKT from the back. What is happening? They have to be crossing pathway early on. Same goes for Team Flash in the center.
Man, just look at the minimap and probably that's going to be the answer. A lot of teams around, all these teams that we can see here on screen right now. Joker together with Spider-Tan is now going to be the last 2 members. Joker will be knocked down. Now only Spider-Tan left for NKT. And how much will he be able to withstand here amongst all these teams around him? It's going to be pretty tough. And plus his position is known as well. But the lucky or the good news for him is that BARUZ is also solo. So he will also remain quiet at where he is.
Yeah, solo players definitely have to play quiet. They have to play low profile. But for the rest of them still having a full squad, even duo as a start, they definitely want to fight back as much as they can just to gain more eliminations here. For the solo players, we have a couple of teams down there, NKT and Team Flash, of course. O2 down with 2 players, same goes for BTR. But Vampires and Boom, they're still going to go for the skirmish between these two teams. Lucky enough, just now NKT decided to go for another fight back, because if not, they'll be more crowded and more rowdy and wild there. But Boom being charged by Vampires, and Vampires have to eat their own own medicine. Tony K already being eliminated here. The rest of Vampires have to work things out without Tony K.
Oh, you go Nuzi. Now with Astolf K. But the smoke is blinding him though, not really helping him out. He tries to spot out the members of Boom Esports, now climb into the building. He only has 4 bullets left on his SLK, so he has to make the most out of it. Only 1 bullet left right now before he switches to an M4. And his M4 is still well and healthy when it comes to ammunition. Let's see if he can pick... Oh, he picked some up. Okay, there we go. SLK gameplay again! But the moment he showed himself, immediately got eliminated by none other than Crazy.
The moment he just got those elimination, immediately, constantly getting under the pressure and just being taken out by another player. That's really unfortunate, but Vampires, they still got themselves some placement points by the end of the day. Still we have 7 teams remaining, 18 players alive. With the players, the most it's going to be GEEK Fam and Alter Ego, and that's got quite a number up there with full squad alongside with GEEK Fam and Alter Ego, 7 each of the team. I don't know what is going on, but GEEK Fam, they're aiming for a lot here. And same goes for Boom and KT, they scored 5 eliminations, but Boom do have a trio. Next is we're switching over to O2. They have no elimination yet, but already down to only 2 players here.
Oh, NKT. 5 eliminations. Interesting. And they got eliminated. And they're out at number 6. But it's not too bad for NKT. Not too bad still. With 4 remaining games still. But on the right side, look at how crowded this circle is. 3 different teams. Multiple level of terrain here. With nades now raining down amongst each other. Audrey tries to land one onto the member of O2. But not able to do so yet. While TALON is monitoring the situation. Alright, and at this moment, looking at some of the movement from GEEK Fam, they're still a full squad though with 8 eliminations, doing very, very well. I mean, if we look at the count, 8 eliminations already, putting aside the placement points, they're already more than 80 points. So, very, very healthy to move on to the Super Sunday directly from here, but they have to finish up the job right now. The mission is not over yet for this round. 5 more teams to go, and it could still be anyone's game.
Yeah, the top 5 definitely. We already see GEEK Fam again. They got himself in the top 4 possibly with full squad alive. But I'm not sure about the last player. Do they have that healing item or not? Because the HP seems to not be going up. But O2 Esports, they didn't have any elimination just yet. 28 for their points right now. Definitely not jumping too much if they don't have any sort of eliminations. Yes, placement points will help, but not too much either. But Alter Ego, here it comes. They're pushing towards the side of TALON. But the problem is there's some curvature of the geography, making it so difficult for them to land those shots.
Oh yeah, I know, right? This terrain is just so difficult for them to get a good clear shot. But that means that Alter Ego will rush in onto TALON. And TALON needs to be prepared for it. Nate in the face of Misery takes a bit of damage, while Misery tries to get something out of this situation. It's not going to be easy for them. He's still on the outside the circle. 10 seconds more before the zone starts to close. And they not only need to focus on the Alter Ego, but another team behind them as well could creep up.
It was definitely blinding for us, but TALON, they're running low and they need replenishment for their resources. But unfortunately, there's nothing that they can actually take from any death boxes. There's nothing there, but Alter Ego, the moment they made a U-turn and make their backs to a side of TALON, Yuri take advantage of it. Here comes the rush. Never mind Yuri make a U-turn because he's unsure about the smoke just now. A bit unsure how many people in the smoke. He might actually walk into his own grave, but he's gonna take the buggy and go in to rush towards the side of Alter Ego and splat. There you go. Alter Ego on the 5th place with 7 eliminations, but right now GEEK Fam full squad. Boom with the trio. Same goes for TALON with O2 Esports. Lost it long enough despite no eliminations.
Yeah, I know, right? With that one player still holding on for placement points, and that is iShots. I mean, historically, he has came up with a solo chicken dinner before, way back then in Sano. I remember that moment. But let's see if we can pull that out again. QBC in hand. He does have visuals. He'll pull the trigger. But now position compromise. And looks like it is actually Audrey from the other side who took his point.
And Isaac without any eliminations, yeah. When it comes to GEEK Fam, they definitely have more scores and more advantage when it comes to manpower. Boom with the trio. And right now, all they need to do is deal one at a time. But the smoke making it so confusing for TALON as well. And we do have Boom on the other end. Right now, GEEK Fam is the furthest away. The one that actually closest to each other is going to be Boom and TALON.
Oh yeah, and with them fighting each other, it's advantage for GEEK Fam. And GEEK Fam right now, still with the numbers up against both of these teams, it puts them in a good position. Even the percentage favors them, 51% for them to get the chicken dinner. Circle-wise, not too bad for GEEK Fam as well. Mika finishes off Yummy May, and now they scored 10 eliminations. Currently unstoppable is GEEK Fam.
Now TALON down to 3 still. Boom down to 2. Numbers going up for GEEK Fam, but they need the revive. But never mind, it's down to equal field here. 2v3. GEEK Fam, despite they had more men before, they attracted too much unwanted attention, and this gonna cost them quite dearly for the chicken. Will be another curse. Almost chicken moments again for GEEK Fam.
Oh.
Will they finally taste the chicken here themselves? But Isaac taking out on Razor just now definitely make a bit of an opening for the side of GEEK Fam, and Boom down to 1. While TALON still waiting out at the sidelines, but Yuri got taken out by Damn Rude. This is gonna be huge for GEEK Fam. 12 eliminations already.
Wow, crazy shot shooting there, but the captain Damrut himself putting themselves in a very strong position to score the chicken dinner. Now Mika is bleeding out though. Let's see if GEEK Fam will go in safely or they want to just wrap things up. Okay, Audrey is going in for Mika. So there you go, Mika will be back up real soon. He does have the circle so they can still take their time. And speaking about the circle, all of them are in it, but it's stage 9. Nobody will be in the circle.
It's going to be a bit of revival, taking them some time. Mika do have some first aid, but right now Audrey only have 1 smoke left. And Aizen have no more trouble except for the smoke to go for a rush to the side of Boom. But on the side of Misery, he has plenty of hand grenade and mollies especially. But no smoke on this side of TALON. It's going to be a reverse situation between GEEK Fam. They have smokes, TALON, they have hand grenade. And this side don't have smoke, and this side have a lot of utilities set for Lennox, of course. But it's going to be 4v2. TALON, when it comes to numbers, not so much, but the utilities can turn around the events for them.
Oh, Audrey knocked down by Linux. Damrut fires back and a revenge to Linux instead. And now it's going to be only TALON 1v3, but Misery will not make it easy for GEEK Fam right now. Can he put on a big clutch here? Damrut is going to come in from the left side. On the right side, there's Mika though. Misery position compromised. They know exactly where he is. So multiple angles on the Misery, and that is where GEEK Fam will finally break their second place curse and scores the chicken dinner, this time against TALON.
No more curse chicken dinner for GEEK Fam. Finally get the taste. You can see the satisfaction throughout the entirety of the lineup and the roster of GEEK Fam. They are definitely slightly happy before they go back to the serious note more towards that. But Damn Rude finally gets to cheer a bit. But that's a celebration, of course, with one of the most consistent team right now in week number 1, and scored double digit elimination at around, how many was that? 6, 12, 15? That's gonna be the magical number coming up from GEEK Fam, plus another 10 chicken. Now that's 25 here.
Yeah, and majority of the stats do favor Damrut. Most damage received, the least damage received, most eliminations. Well, we know who's going to be the MVP. Definitely it's going to be Damrut with that sort of stats. 6 eliminations, 728 damage, 131 damage received, 39% team contribution, and the survival time of 28 minutes, 14 seconds. I mean, where has Damrut been for many seasons now? Welcome back.
Or they never get the MVP because they never get the chicken. That's the only reason. Yeah, you will get the MVP if you squad the chicken, by the way. But when it comes to the least amount of players for the full squad time, it's going to be on to a side of TALON. It lasted long enough to survive, but also props to OTWO Esports with the solo player. But let's rewatch finally the squad chicken dinner from GEEK Fam.
Well, came from the south side into the circle. That is GEEK fam to score that chicken dinner finally. 25 points with 15 eliminations is the score this time. Almost doubling the number of talent that collected 13 points. Boom Esports 10 points. Alter Ego 10 points. And BTR this time is a team that no problem for them. 9 eliminations brought them 9 points, and they don't really need play some points.
Yeah, it feels like some teams are just aiming for eliminations, and KT, Roy and BTR seems to be in the same wavelength, but we don't see any vampires on the first page here this time. With this consistency coming out from GEEK fam, they definitely push themselves up the numbers when it comes to the overall rankings later on, but we got to see the second page as well. Couple of zeros down there, PEA and PANDUM. We talk about this, maybe the P is the difficulty that actually they have to go through, the letter P not working out right for today probably. But that's been quite a lot of zeros for PEA now.
Yeah, the P has always been a problem, even for Olympics. I get it.
That's
Yep.
deep, man.
Yep. What this is a you know sort of situation. but overall rankings, well, let's see. Any P's up here? No P's on page 1. Wow, Chuchi, you called it. Wow.
Well, P is the problem for today. 99
oh.
points, almost hitting the triple digit here, by the way. Just one more point, GEEK.
Oh man, only one more point to surpass. And they got 4 more matches to go. Can you believe it? I mean, this is insane here. I mean, see you guys at Super Sunday. You know, they probably don't need to appear for the next 4 games by now. But on page number 2, the teams that still need to make an appearance every single round. And we're looking at you guys like TALON, Roy, XERXIA, PANDUM. You guys need to do the business.
It's too many business here today as well for them. I mean, like, yeah, we're looking for their performance and last chance if they don't do something about it. But when it comes to Roy, hey, I still love what Roy have to offer here today. But BTR Satar, they definitely said 1,000% they might get the trophy this year. But right now, the 1,000% performance coming up from Damroot, it's something else entirely. I'm loving this coming up from both teams, BTR and Damroot. The comparison between these two players when it comes to eliminations, it's more on the side of Damroot. But I assume that Satar is playing more towards a support role based on his stats just now.
What contributed as well was they were eliminated halfway as compared to GEEK fam, who obviously got chicken dinner, so more chances for them to score those points in. But when it comes to smoking specialists, BTR, and I could understand the stats for BTR because they had to defend their compound multiple times as they were crashed in by teams, many teams. So they had to deploy a lot of smokes to defend against those teams who keep crashing into their compound.
Now, we did mention about this before. As long as you got yourself a bit of a red in your logo, it seems like you are in the right path in getting those chicken dinners. Probably better path to it straight in Super Sunday when it comes to week number 1. In the case, Alter Ego, GEEK, we do know the team for the logo color seems to be in the same spot. So maybe next, who else? Maybe Boom, maybe BTR seem to be sharing the red sort of color schemes.
Yeah, maybe Alter Ego. Yeah, I know, right? They seem to have like some sort of like pattern here, right? Who knows? But it will be also again nice to see like every region getting a chicken dinner for themselves in a single day. So it'll be nice to see like a Thai team stepping up, a Vietnamese team stepping up as well, and then we'll be cool. I mean, we only have 4 regions in the PMSL, so it shouldn't be too difficult.
It's easy for us to say. We're not the one playing. That's why we'll be sitting here, guys, because it's easy to talk with no actions. Yeah, we know we are those people. But speaking of which, I do look forward for the teams on the second page. We're always loving the underdog story or Cinderella story of the second page. Is it too early for us to call it out since it's still week 1? But we do know you cannot wait for later, because the format these days, if you compare it with a couple of years back, the format now is more brutal than ever. Right now, if you want to push, go straight for Super Sunday, it's always going to be now, never later. It must be now.
Yeah, pretty much based on history, if you miss out on 2 Super Sundays, then it's very, very difficult for them to make a big comeback on the following one. On like the final Super Sunday, something like that. The gap would have been there. No team so far has only joined 1 Super Sunday and made it through to the grand finals. So that's the record there, ladies and gentlemen. So every team will need to make sure that they do not miss out on the Super Sunday, because that is where not only your ticket into the grand finals, but also if you go to the grand finals, you want to have the best starting point possible, because we have seen from previous seasons, if you don't get a good starting point, there is a possibility that at the end of the day, you might lose out by just a few points to be the champion.
Unless if you can play like Alter Ego, where they can score 90 points in a day for that one particular Super Sunday. That's going to be a special case there. If we put a quote-unquote, if you can actually do that. Because if they can, I mean, like, one Super Sunday is more than enough for them to push themselves into the grand finals, perhaps. Who knows? Some teams might surprise us, because we cannot wait. And super excited for the surprises that these guys have to offer, and especially when it comes to Miramar, because I feel like maybe the pressure is not on yet for the teams. It's still early of the day, still have plenty of maps to go. But when it comes to the last Miramar, everybody desperate enough to push themselves out there.
Okay, but I want to also put out another record, right? The 2 chicken dinners that were taken today is teams from Group B. So again, Group B teams, come on guys, Group A wants to play too, right?
We still have Group A, right?
Wait, are they playing? It feels like only Group B is playing now.
Ouch. But yeah, I mean, like, Group A, definitely they have to speak louder now. But at the same time, Group A, it feels like this. I feel like Group A, they definitely are in the game, of course. We have 16 teams, but it feels like Group A is more about the momentum builder. They are late bloomers. When it comes to after we have a bit of a break later on, then only they start to come back into the game. It feels like the second half, maybe they ate something during the break that make them come back later half of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen like on day 1, like some of the teams needed that refresher, and then they do well on the second half. So then that will also depend on like how tight the points are, at least to the top 8, because that's going to be our objective here with the remaining games that we have. So being in the top 8, that's going to be the objective. For teams who are pretty much sure that they are not in the top 8 anymore, it's just too far or too unrealistic for them, then it's about gathering as a comfortable start as possible for the last chance qualifier. So anyway, all teams will still have something to play for. Means that every single team will need to play their heart out.
Yep, there's no time to call for quits, and especially when it comes to the teams that actually get to play here today. Despite of Group C is not going to be here, they are the one that have full advantage of how they're going to start off during their last chance day tomorrow, or even whether they can still make it up to the Super Sunday or not. Because every single match, especially after MORPH, what they pulled off yesterday, pretty much a good a good lesson for everybody to just have a bit of confidence and just believe in themselves that things can change even down to the last wire.
Yeah, and we have seen that before, even in previous seasons, right? Like that, like one last game could just switch up the spots and things like that. That could have happened as well. That could possibly happen too. I mean, this kind of format, there's just so many things that could just happen just like that. Other than if you're like more than 100 points, like what GEEK Fam is on the road for, then yeah, you probably can start to plan your Bali trip. I know, Bali. I don't know how far it is. Oh yeah, we did talk about that, right? It's about an hour's flight away. It's not too bad. You can do it.
19 hours of driving? Yeah, sure, of course. It's a different island entirely, and good luck taking some boat as well.
Drive under the water, maybe.
Submarine? Probably gonna have submarine in the future for the boats in the upcoming patches, who knows. But we do have some swaps coming up from the side of PANDUM. It's gonna be Dimsy out and Max is in. Will this change for PANDUM by end of the day? We're gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, so Team Pandum, one of those teams who really need to pick up the pace, and the Infinity as well. So they're making a switch here. 3 touch for Mr. Logan. I'm a big fan of Logan, not gonna lie. So glad to see him playing, and I believe this is also his debut here in this season's of PMSL. And at this point for the Infinity, they could use any switch possible in order for them to. They're not going to change their fate much here for today, but at least try to gain as many points as possible. That's all.
It's all about points, of course, today. Like how we saw from teams that did not care too much when it comes to their placement points. They definitely go try and get as much as possible. We have Satar in for RRQ. Now, RRQ, I feel like they are the middle pack. They didn't drop too much of their performance. It's just slightly a bit fluctuation, but they're definitely quite as standard or stable enough in the middle pack so far. I mean, like, they didn't drop entirely into zero. I hope I don't jinx them, but so far on the side of RRQ, they're pretty okay, regardless of how, no matter how they change the roster.
Yeah, that's the thing about RRQ, right? They always come in the season with a lot of hope. I mean, their lineup is pretty stacked as well. You gotta think about it, like players like the POCO, who was the Terminator for PMPL Southeast Asia back then, and then you have still solid names like No Mercy and all these. Even like Asai is a solid player himself, but translating that into actual performance, it's always very difficult for RRQ for some reason. But this team is definitely not having an issue of translating performance. By now, I wouldn't be surprised if GEEK fam, they would stay back and chill. But some teams cannot. Let's see what kind of chill will GEEK fam be in Erangel.
This time Erangel, what do they actually offer us when it comes to the circle? We have a different flight path this time, coming up from Milta Power up to Zaki. And we're never gonna get Zaki circle, that's 100%. Zaki is just there for the title, but nowhere nearby inside of the map. It's never inside of a circle. We just assume Zaki never exists, but maybe just for losing phase, that's just it. But if we finally get a Zaki circle, that's completed my lifetime career in PUBG Mobile.
Well, then I guess that completion will need to wait. And if you're a completionist, then yeah, we'll need to manage some expectations there. I wonder when will that come. Like the circle must be like inside of Zaki, right? Outside of Zaki doesn't count. It has to be like inside of Zaki.
And we're not talking about first circle, by the way. We're talking about last few circles.
Yeah, then that would count. Yeah. I'm looking at some of the changes here. So Vampire Esports seems to be changing their drop, not taking a quick drop into Novo this time. So Novo could be empty as Team PANDUM will drop inside of military base itself. So Vampire Esports, where are you? Oh, okay, they drop up north and they're going to your favorite Zaki.
Ooh.
But hey, our favorite military base, let's go.
Not complaining, but this is quite a tricky circle. We had this exactly last time where you know what you know. I mean, if you know, you know, guys. The ping pong circle just came all the way to his main peninsula at a very small tiny spot of the end of the bridge. We had this sort of circle before, but maybe not so cruel this time. Probably going to be 100% SMB. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe 100% SMB. Let's just go straight SMB because RRQ, they did pretty great with their bridge camping yesterday.
Yeah, so RRQ, this is their chance to repeat that again. But I also want to point out the fact that Vampire Esports, they had the chance to drop back into Novo. Now they'll probably be kicking themselves in the back and say that, hey, you know what, we should have just quick drop into Novo again. The flight path wasn't too far. But of course, to be fair to them, they didn't know the circle. If they knew, then it's going to be a whole different story. But now they have to work going from Zaki to enter military base. It is one of the most difficult tasks with this sort of circle.
But personally, I feel like it's also not all bad news for the side of Vampires because there's so many teams dropping early on for them to decide to go a bit later, and they might actually land a couple of boats on the left side of the map just now as well. If they can actually do that, they go straight to the southern side of SMB. that's not too bad either. As long as they get there early and just got themselves an early boat. Speaking of boat, there's going to be some boat fight here between Boom and TODAK.
Well, now all teams are rushing through the bridge, and that's where we see a lot of fights here. Boom Esports and TODAK. This is a very, very messy fight. They just take it. And TODAK, if with the high ground, he does have a DBS, and this is going to be the perfect weapon in this sort of situation, going up against a Vector. Iftar needs to land his shots, and Iftar finally dead, and Iftar coming in with a clutch, and Boom Esports will be the first team to be eliminated.
Boom, early ousted, but at least they got 1 elimination. That means the first team that been eliminated will not get a 0, but that was a huge clutch by Iftar. I mean, that was so close of getting and meeting his own death, but just a tiny calls at that, which they lost links along the process. But hopefully on the side of TODAK, despite they barely got any loot to work with, hopefully they don't bump into another team anytime soon, because if that happens, then they are gonna face some difficulty afterwards with nothing to work with.
Yeah, they have to make a very, very quick loot and get across to the other side right now. If not, there'll be a lot more teams that could potentially show up. RRQ. So you did remind all of us that they played the gatekeeping role yesterday, but this time a slower rotation by them. They're not across yet. So no gatekeeping by RRQ. And we're back onto the right side bridge. So it looks like TODAK went for the swim instead. I mean, this is very aligned with the name TODAK, that is.
Yep, they are fishes. They born to swim. Let's swim, even though we saw boats early on. But let's look a bit of replay, what really happened. Now they're trying to snatch the boat. Both teams seem to be very interested with the 2 boats laying around inside of the water area. But Iftar, that DBS, well, it is PMSL, guys. It's a shotgun leak and it's still the best weapon to use. And you know what? Maybe it's time to put it back in the airdrop.
Yeah. That has been called upon even by the community for many, many seasons now, but I don't expect that to happen. If we expect something and we don't get it, sometimes we get disappointed. So we learn that through life lessons.
Imagine that happened next year. How frustrated and disappointed the players would be.
Well, then that's their problem. It's very easy, right? Just to like Tai Chi away. It's like, oh, that's their problem, you know? It's not my problem.
It's a you problem.
My problem is it's a you problem, not a me problem. My problem is that I want to see it in the airdrop again.
Yeah, that's kind of true. When he was in the airdrop, nobody wants to pick it up. But back to the side of TODAK, despite they are fishers and fishmen. Oh, PANDUM seems to be cleaning up the fishes that seems to be swimming around. And we talked about them barely got any loot just now. They didn't go for the loot, they go straight for the swim because they kind of concerned they might bump into other team, but swimming is not actually helping and not even seems to be the solution right now for TODAK too.
Yeah, there's hardly any solution here. There's only problems as you continue to talk about life problems here. And if life forces you into the water, well, you just take whatever bullets that will be sent across you. And Billboard will take out Cleon. A 9 is on his last hit. Iftar is almost down as well. And it's just a matter of time now. And unfortunately, TODAK, as much as they gloriously won against Boom Esports, but
we have another
eliminated by PANDUM.
Yeah, NKT is going to be the P here for P PANDUM. Another problem to deal with for PANDUM, which is going to be NKT taking advantage. Now they're rushing forward, probably going to take advantage of PANDUM try to cleaning up TODAK. If they can make it on time, of course. I'm not sure if they want to commit to it. They can, of course, because they might have the upper ground. And but NKT, you know what? They don't want to gamble it out, so they're just gonna let it be and let PANDUM deal with their own problems.
Yeah, looking over at their utilities, they're not exactly well stocked up. So I guess that's why they want to focus on to rotating and getting loots instead. As for O2, okay, so they are still around the area of Ferry Pier, hoping to find a boat to get that boat ride across. I mean, they've done that before, so they're no stranger to that sort of rotation, and it worked out for them last time without being caught out by other teams. So I guess that's what they're trying to do again.
I'm looking for stage 2 circle to pop. If it still comprises a bit of the bridge, then now that's going to be a bit questionable circle. If it will ping pong away back to the main peninsula in the very last minute or not. But Alter Ego spotted out some players across the other side of the bridge here while they passing it himself. Is it going to be P for PANDUM, and PANDUM, well, they had a minor victory against TODAK just now. It was a clean sweep for them in TODAK. At least they're also not going down empty-handed. So far, all the eliminated teams not going down with a 0 because of the eliminations. But the feat seems to be keep on going through. And in that circle pops. Wow! 50-50!
Still 50% water. And the circle pulled towards the southern side of military base. And we did talk about Vampire Esports coming from Zaki. They are obviously still in the main peninsula. And by the time they arrive, both the left and the right bridge will be very, very crowded. I also want to give it to RRQ as well. They're back into their gatekeeping position. So now it's them saying to the other teams like, come here, boy. Come here. Come here. Come here. Take a fight. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Let's go, RRQ. Pick the fight. But imagine if the circle just pull all the way south towards the patches of the island, very small patches of our island. We're gonna have a very interesting ending for that one, of course. But XERXIA spotted our BTR while they try to transition themselves inside of the circle on the left side of the bridge. And we do know RRQ is waiting at the other end. And they're taking the lighthouse, of course. But problem is, it's not. Ooh. Wow, Satar! A different side of him. We are actually watching Hollywood movies.
Yeah, you know what? You should add the damage to vehicles if anyone does that. It'll be a bit more fun.
Straight up explosion, there goes.
Yeah, and realistic, right? That'll be cool. Anyway, he survived that, and he still managed to get a knockdown onto a Mega Mine and a BTR collecting points for themselves right now. But RRQ collecting one out of RNJ from XERXIA. So they're sharing the spoils together with RRQ and BTR.
Or are they the spoils now? The bigger picture here. RRQ, both of them, and XERXIA seems to be having the same sort of mindset, just going around the bridge, but a bit slippery, a bit risky for RRQ to go all the way up. They try to spot out Nui, but there's also BTR behind. And this stage 2 timers already starting off for the blue zone to arrive soon. Less than a minute to go. I don't know if RRQ want to overstay themselves and just take the risk to finish off the rest of the team. They're still playing in the blue zone, and we have such a plenty of teams. I think that's going to be half of the team still inside of the blue still.
Yeah, and probably more than half of them still in the main peninsula by now. So all the best to them. Oh, kid. Is he able to make it? Come on, pull your Olympics. Nope. Pull your Michael Flaps. Oh, man. Didn't have the Michael Flaps in him.
He need fins. He didn't wear his fins today. It didn't work out for the side of kid. Even though they are born with the water, O2. But seems like even the water rejected their presence in there. But RRQ are willing to take the risk, but I don't think they have any more first aids after this.
Yeah, but at least for Snape, he does have an exit plan. So
who's
not
down there?
For him. Who's all the way down? Oh, it's so down that we can't really see. I wonder.
It's a different map. It's in Candy.
Yeah, totally can't see that. I mean, that's a very, very, very safe rotation. But even on the next circle, we still have 50% of water. This is crazy. Only 3 teams in the circle now. That's how insane this is. Vampire Esports, the team that's kicking themselves right now for not dropping into Novo. Look at the suffering that they're having to go through now against Team Flash.
At least they're not the only one who still suffers, but unfortunately, that one nade of Team Flash managed to wipe up the rest of Vampires, who's definitely also cheering right now because the rest of the team that have to cross the bridge, good luck, have fun. And also, speaking of the patches of the island just on the southern side of SMB, it's still in the circle, Cloud.
Yeah, although there's a small chance, but as long as it's in the circle, a chance is a chance. So if it goes there, it's going to be a new record, and maybe you can put that in your in one of your achievements. Like, oh, before I retire, I casted a game that the circle ends up in that tiny bit of land, not even an island.
It's patch of land,
It's
a farmer's land. So small. You can just plant cabbages and some, probably some vegetable, that's it. But next play zone, who will play zone get next? If only play zone actually get the scores, I think probably play zone get the chicken dinner by the end of the day. But BTR seems to be trying to gatekeeping, but they're gatekeeping themselves right now in the blue zone. I mean, good luck crossing over. It's a bit too late now, aren't they? Because it's stage number 3, 1 minute on the clock, and they still having a go against Roy. And this is what happened when the circle shifted so far away. La Par, nobody to save you, and Roy, despite they can cheer for the win, but for how much longer?
Oh, another one bites the dust again to the blue, and that's going to be Gosu. Man, we're going to see all these teams just drop out like flies at this moment. Stage 3 moved to stage 4, and we don't even know how many first aid they have with all these sort of rotations. But Zaxi tries to get as much as possible from this sort of tough situation. Now he's knocked down as well. Roy still locked in together with BTR on the bridge. There are other members of BTR around, so nobody wants to let go of each other.
Nobody willing to let go of each other. It's all about whatever they can actually do and whatever point they can gain, because they know for a fact the circle is just so absurd. It's garbage entirely. Yeah, everybody knows that, but we're having fun watching the players' struggles. BTR, they're trying to gain as much point as possible, still trying to make it through. PA, even though they are latecomers, are done. Bye-bye, and that's going to be a knockdown. Nobody going to save you. If they wade this deep, it's 1,000 meters into the safe zone. If you don't have vehicle, good luck running into the safe zone.
And I want to see the circle right now, but before that, let's check out what BARUZ is going through. But BARUZ from the back by Linux, and he's in Eliminator. But Team Flash still took him 6 elimination points in the process. And Zunos from Roy got taken out by the blue. I expect to see more zone eliminations in this situation.
Yay for the blue. Let's go blue all the way. Team blue. Let's shout it out for blue zone here, guys, because all the rest of the teams are actually inside of circle. There will be just a handful of them. And right now, I feel like Roy just managed to squeeze in the last minute. TALON will be the last player bleeding out to the blue zone, perhaps. And good luck, Linux. Last first 8, and that's done it. And PA also seems to me is still struggling. I mean, we still wait for the circle. Stage number 5 hits, and it's going to be burning these players alive despite have no health utilities and a smoke up vehicle at that too.
Yeah, he's praying that his stamina will last him. Okay, he managed to get into the circle, but the moment he arrives, teams are waiting for him. Now vehicle blow up. Oh, he's stuck. RQ onto him. Mizi, he's here to get away. Mizi survives.
Ooh, that's an explosion,
wow.
But he managed to get out from the vehicle. He exploded the vehicle himself. Now healing time. Mizi made it through. Congratulations after a long hike, but kiddo, not so much. Boichi on the other side of the ego is waiting at the other end of the corner.
Well, gotta give it to Minzy. He somehow managed to make it. His prayers were answered. But now he has to deal with RRQ, who has full focus onto him. And yeah, that's it by Asa.
At least we know that he prayed before he went down just now, so it's still a good prayer for him. But on the side of PA, unfortunately, they didn't make it through, but at least they got himself to elimination. Now, XERXIA on the other hand, and GEEK fam that has been quiet for the longest time, still having a full squad, but 0 eliminations. Due to this sort of circle, not many teams can get those eliminations because too many players was actually being chewed down by those blue zone. But Alter Ego, they back to differ. They're trying to find those eliminations as much as they can, but they focus on the wrong angle. It's going to be on your right side. Right side, Boichi. Right.
Okay. Didn't get a good view there. But my theory about GEEK fam is that since they dropped in very here, they probably got the quick boat and they rotated super duper early down south there. And then the circle went all the way south, and that's how they still got the circle. And I'm pretty sure they're not complaining without eliminations because, well, you can survive the circle, you're pretty good. That one long range knockdown, it's a long range, so I would expect the pickup to happen.
There's one player hanging around the corner. That's going to be our last player there is. Linux also have... the moment I want to say he's alive, not anymore. He barely made it through just now for Talon. Barely make it in the last minute. But TODAK just shut down for everybody else who came in late. That's a punishment for you for coming in late for the circle. But for XERXIA Nui, here comes our corner positions as always around the shoreline. But where will the circle be? Still some water in it.
Okay. So at this point, I would take it as every team is now in the military base island. And let's see. Circle advantage towards NKT, XERXIA, Team PANDUM. The northern side will be interesting though. RRQ is moving towards Alter Ego, while GeekFam moves into the circle. Pretty straightforward rotation by them. So the interesting part will be RRQ and Alter Ego. Let's go.
And this is going to be rough between these two players and two teams. A bit slope of the hill and a bit curvature make it so difficult for them to visualize on the other end, so they cannot see each other right now. Don't even think about landing any shots from this view. RRQ and Alter Ego seems to be suffering the same sort of situation, but they can see those vehicles. Boichi got punished a bit for over peaking. Where is Octa and Rosemary? They are on the high grounds, of course, at the flat plane, but the moment he drives out, be spotted out by RRQ, but no connected shots yet.
Yeah, just because of how difficult this geographical area is. And RRQ, they're still circling around, trying to find the best entry point, but Alter Ego, they have the advantage of blocking out RRQ. So I would say that to avoid the fight against Alter Ego is probably not going to be possible now. They may want to take the fight unless they move towards the left, but that's where they will bomb into GeekFam. So, like what you said before, right? Pick your poison.
But back towards the left side, if they want to go, it's quite a flat plane, by the way, so it's quite a risky situation for the side of Alter Ego, but hopefully they still have smokes. Yes, they possibly do, but GeekFam spotted out the transition of RRQ, and the smoke definitely going to attract so much unwanted attention and eyes. Sat towards the side of RRQ and Alter Ego at the same time, but don't forget about NKT. I mean, NKT can just stand where they're at. They don't really need to move. They're quite in the center of the circle, and I saw last time was Infinity taking a lot on the southern side, so there's no contention down there as well. They have plenty of place to play too. But RRQ and Alter Ego, they have to wrap things up quickly. If not, there'll be third party coming up very soon. There's no covers here in the middle of the street right now.
Yeah, a lot of open space as you can see. So that's why some teams are moving in very, very cautiously. But at least the teams up north, they managed the road earlier on. It's like, okay, let's get across the road first, so we don't need to manage that later when it comes to stage 6. Snape managed Mika, knocking him down, but it's not out yet. Fairly a long distance knock, I believe, because it wasn't a frontal approach. So the revive could happen still. Audrey fires back onto Snape now. So both teams will be busy to pick up their allies.
Now everybody slowly moved towards the shoreline here. We saw BTR, Gen Force just hanging on, and we saw XERXIA's last players there as well. It's all about the hand grenade later. If they can actually drop one towards those corners, those nook and cranny just around the shoreline, that would be huge eliminations just to clear out those one solo player for each of the team. But we're not done yet between the fight between GeekFam and RRQ. RRQ, yes, they crossed the road, but the problem is they just not being favored by the circle right now, still not touching the rim of it. And GeekFam still holding on at the edge of the circle. Now RRQ, there's an open space, but can they push through? They spotted out Danbrud, but this gonna take some time for both teams here.
Yeah, and Audrey needs to get across. So the other members of GeekFam will need to give him that cover support for Audrey to make it through. Hopefully, yes, they do have enough smokes in order to help Audrey to get across that road. That should be the first mission now. But RRQ is not going to make it easy for them. They're just waiting for Audrey to move. Asa, the subbed-in player, knocks down Mika again. But not only Asa, got Tuni, got Damrud and Aizen.
Oh, this is why he's being swapped in here. He get actually so much opportunity to fight towards the side of GeekFam, and definitely Asa shows his value for the team the moment he swapped into action for RRQ. And Audrey tried to fight back, and lucky for Audrey didn't cross the street. Yeah, that gave a bit of a support fire to the side of GeekFam, but the problem is it's a bit too far-fetched for him to just revive the rest of the teammate. Here comes the Nate, slowly chipping down the HP. Damn, still screaming for help. But they got the smoke, but it's going to be the same spot where another nade being tossed about by the side of Snape. Audrey trying to just reel it from his teammates, but the problem is there's no cover anymore. It's a clear shot for Snape. GEEK fam, they will place themselves at the 8th place, but at least they cracked the triple-digit code with 101 points by end of the day. That's the minimal plus some placement points as well.
Yeah, one extra placement point, so that's not going to be an issue for GEEK fam. They can give them a pat on the back, and they have done very well. In fact, they can chill for the next few games. They don't even need to show up, and surely we'll see them directly into the Super Sunday. But for the other teams, namely NKT, now navigating into the middle circle, they do have Alter Ego in front of them, but at least NKT, they do have this compound to work with. So as of now, this compound is one of the best situations or the best locations at stage 6 circle.
Yeah, I'm loving how Infinity and XERXIA are placing themselves not visualized by Alter Ego, and BTR Gen 4 still hang on. Now at the same time, Infinity being spotted out, Alter Ego are fighting two-way war here, not just against NKT. They are slowly taking out the players of Infinity from the back as well. Now this gives a lot of idea for Alter Ego to be aware what's happening on the back, because behind them there's so many teams still, and here comes PANDUM. They are just going towards the direction of Alter Ego, slowly closing the gap in between and just making sure they can get into a CQC or close range combat between them and Alter Ego.
And if they go for a CQC, can you imagine like all other teams will be waiting to third party in, or at least land that final nade, or potentially even steal away eliminations after knocks. So a lot could happen here with the amount of teams so close by. But I'm also looking at Gen Force there. He's in the water. Just look at him all the way down there. He won't be able to get up.
No.
And he does not circle at all. So now Gen Force is just praying for teams to drop out so he can gain more placement points.
PANDUM is aware there's probably, they got the idea there's going to be somebody there. They start to scout about. Hopefully they don't slip down. It's quite a slippery. No, but never mind. They just jump down anyways.
Okay.
So PANDUM have the idea just to clear everything from behind, just in case there's some backstabbers behind there. But Alter Ego taking advantage of the situation. They jump down. They just jump down to their own death here.
Oh man, Boyce will take advantage of it. He'll get knock after knock from this kind of situation. And Achul pretty low. Boyce knows he landed enough shots. Now he just needs to land that nade onto Achul. Achul moved away just in time. And now Boyce still needs to continue to try to take Achul.
Gen Force, all he needs to do is just go for the waiting game. While Achul slowly taking the damage out from the side of Alter Ego's grenade. But here comes a reverse toss. Achul from below upwards. Throw it all the way toward the side of Alter Ego. Here comes Rosemary. He has to deal with another different problem entirely and different angle. But thankful that Achul is still there to revive his teammate, but the problem is they have to climb up too. They're not inside of a circle, so he's just gonna abandon Max's. Sorry, Max's points is way more important than friend right now.
Yeah, you can unfriend me on social media later on, but this is for the team, my man. As for XERXIA, out at number 6 without any elimination points at all. Alter Ego, Rosemary now needs to win the fight against Achul. Long range spray, and he will get it. And that is team battle out. Number 5, 6 elimination points thanks to Rosemary.
That's gonna be Rosemary being the karma for Achul for abandoning his friends just now. Tapping out, coming out to the side of RQ. Rosemary just gonna do this by himself. 4 eliminations, 5 by one of his teammates. So there's 2 of them before, and now down to the last Rosemary to work things out for the team. He got himself some ghillie suit. That's going to be an extra bonus one for everybody else to visualize. He can snake himself towards the center of the circle if he wants to, as long as he's not been discovered by the team, of course. But Infinity, there's 2 of them from the left side. They definitely knows where Rosemary was because how he tapped. Same goes for RQ. He given away his position, but if he re-angled himself, there's a chance Rosemary still can score this chicken dinner, but NKT do have a full squad still.
Yeah, and if you can do this all alone, that will be insane by Rosemary. Let's see. Logan, the new sub-team player for the Infinity, is now the final member for them. And if he can pull up another elimination point, he does not have circle at all. Rosemary with a mini 14 now tries to tap away into the smoke. hoping to land a hit marker, so that will give him an idea if anyone's actually there. But he needs to move a bit forward as well, since he does not circle.
Oh, I don't know about this. RQ Snape is quite in the center. Barely got cover. There's only one rock to cover himself. Make it two and one vehicle that has almost exploded, or maybe possibly already exploded.
Oh.
And now Nax is gonna be an explosion as well. And that's gonna be lots of RQ. Nax and KT have fun finding the players that remains in the game here. One at the other end, and the other seems to be at the other side of the corner too. So very two different angles, but if Rosemary can actually make it happen, perhaps he will surprise us.
Yeah, NKT's objective now is to not allow their opponents to deny the set to the blue. Looks like Rosemary managed to survive up to a second place, and Logan at third place. Now Rosemary, 10%
wait.
of health left is going to be everyone onto Rosemary, and NKT finally scores their own chicken dinner.
That was a close one. Rosemary to manage to knock down on two of NKT players. I don't know if it actually translates into execution or not, whether they actually given him 2 more points in the very last minute. But NKT, we're loving them, and they're definitely explosive when it comes to this round. They're playing it smart, they're playing it quiet, but still managed to get themselves a couple of quite a hefty amount of eliminations. But thanks to the circle, we had fun watching a lot of mermans and fishing, and a lot of blue zone chewing all the other players out.
Yeah, no Mr. Joe moment, but still it's an NKT moment. And this is their stats here. So they got themselves 4 eliminations with a chicken dinner. And that is about 14 points collected this round by NKT. Damage received, look at this. They got 0 damage received. There's no way you can ever beat that number this season. Cannot go any lower than 0.
Negative? Mr. Joe! Hey,
Mr.
welcome back, Mr. Joe!
Man, he doesn't need that moment, but he still gets the MVP. Look at that. Okay, 1 elimination, but the damage is 269. That equals to like at least like 2-ish eliminations or so. So 102 damage received, 29% team contribution, and Mr. Joe is back.
And Mr. Joe, he got 1 elimination. That's more than enough to put himself up for the MVP. But for the team that with the least amount of full squad and starting off with a very low amount of players, which going to be Alter Ego, and next is going to be PANDUM. But for NKT and RQ, they lasted long enough, but unfortunately, it's going to be NKT's game. Despite of that, there's so many utilities by this 3 team, except for PANDUM. Of course, they've been at the shoreline for the longest time. But you know what? Let's rewatch the highlight of how NKT scored their chicken dinner just now.
Well, NKT, they focus onto getting into the island by swimming in the middle, and they focus into getting into the circle after that instead of playing the gatekeeping role. So that's how they scored the chicken dinner with 14 points. But because Alter Ego came in with 11 eliminations, despite the tough circle, they still scored 11 eliminations that brought them 17 total points. Other than that, RRQ joins in the double-digit club with 12 points.
Now, for the teams that actually finished off by the Blues and instead they're going for the eliminations in the main peninsula, that's going to be one of them, Team Flash and Roy, with 4 eliminations and 6 eliminations respectively. And for the other teams that didn't make it through the top 4 or even the top 6, a high chance they got finished off by the Blues and instead. And so far, I don't know if we have any zeros because most of the team that were eliminated early on actually do have some elimination point, including that Boom. They are the first one to be out, but unfortunately for Vampires and O2 Esports, they actually lasted longer than Boom, but they couldn't find any target for the eliminations there.
Yeah, I mean, Vampire from Zaki trying to travel into the circle. If you drop anyone up north, whether it's Zaki, Saverni, it's always very, very difficult. That's why Sem9 back in the day, when they love Saverni and they get this kind of circle, it's always very hard for them. But now, overall rankings, Alter Ego, 87 points at a second place. So we can see that the 80 plus points, they are pretty safe. I'm looking now at who can break into the top 8 still. Boom still can do it. Vampire can. BTR can as well. Alliance, they're not playing, so unfortunately they will not be able to change their fate. But we still have a good amount of contenders here for that top 8 spot. And Sem9 is just 2 points from the drop, so we might see them again tomorrow.
Yep, even in the 80s, are not that safe, especially for MORPH. If these 3 teams, Boom, Vampire and BTR, push themselves up, including NKT, now slowly MORPH will be pushed down by end of today. It's within reach for NKT, of course, to get themselves in the top 8 anytime now. But next we're talking about the teams that have a high chance to go for tomorrow last chance stage, which is going to be, of course, Infinity. Now they definitely want the better start. Same goes for PEA. They're still in the 20s for Team Flash, PEA and Infinity here, and TODAK is exactly in their 30s. But the rest of them, I have to say, the best start probably going to be TALON, if they still can push the numbers up, of course. But the teams that definitely not going to have any progress, Team Secret, at least they have a better last push yesterday, so tomorrow will be not too brutal for them.
And here are top 4 fraggers. Alter Ego is the obvious one, the only team with a double digit when it comes to elimination, so that's 11 for them. RRQ, who went to the circle fairly quick as well, and they played the gatekeeping role. That's how they farmed their 8 eliminations. Team PANDUM and Team Flash are showing up here with a 6 as well. So with this kind of circle, I wouldn't expect many teams to come up with a lot of eliminations. In fact, I would expect a lot of plays to be taken up by this zone just because of how brutal this kind of circle is. So for them to gain even like 6, this is already abundance.
Yep, I mean, like, to have more than 3 and 4, definitely already more than enough to push himself in the overall rankings there as well. But when it comes to Alter Ego, they're still slowly building up their momentum. I have to say, they're slowly coming back to their old self here for Alter Ego. Can they still keep it up when it comes to the entirety of this season? Because everybody looking forward for the performance. Compared to Boom, we don't see the best of them yet.
Yeah, I know, right? Today, a lot of early eliminations for Boom. You can say that tough circles for them, but it is what it is, right? Sign-off match and also the match before this as well. But anyway, that wraps up the Erangel round with such a trashy garbage circle. I wouldn't want another one after this. But we're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back with more PUBG Mobile action after this break.
everyone after the short break, and back again with me, Windy, for another interview session. And joining me on stage now, we have Boychil from Alter Ego. Hi, Boychil.
What's up?
What's up? Alright, so Boychil, your performance is much more better than yesterday. Is it because the grouping affected your performance?
Oke, jadi Boychil, performa Alter Ego di hari ini bisa dibilang lebih baik lah dari hari semalam. Apakah itu gara-gara dari groupingnya yang membuatkan performa Alter Ego itu lebih perform di hari ini?
Mungkin bukan grupnya sih, lebih ke arah permainan kita aja yang mulai stabil.
Yeah, I don't think the group it's the problem here. I think our gameplay it's already become more stable and that's why we are performing.
And that's a good thing. And I want to know which group that you consider as the group of death.
Ya, jadi menurut Bocil sendiri grup mana yang bisa dibilang grup maut gitu?
Grupku, karena ada timku.
I think it's my group. It's because of there is Alter Ego inside it.
Alright, and we can also see your former teammates here in VOIN, like your ex-IGL Potato and your ex-coach Devian. You think that VOIN will be a threat to you?
Jadi kalau kita lihat VOIN itu punya mantan IGL kamu dan juga mantan coach kamu. Menurut kamu sendiri Bocil, apakah VOIN itu bisa dibilang ancaman buat masukan Alter Ego?
Ancaman mungkin sedikit dari sebanyak karena tidak ada yang bisa mengancam Alter Ego.
Yeah, I think it can say that VOIN is our threat, but then again there's no one can challenge Alter Ego here.
Yeah, and I can see you have like a really high level of confidence, Boychil. Which team do you think has shown the most improvement so far? And so your team will be need to extra more careful.
Jadi di sepanjang PMSL ini menurut kamu sendiri Boychil ada nggak tim yang bisa dibilang menunjukkan improvement yang sangat bagus, dan apakah tim itu bisa dibilang ancaman buat kamu sendiri?
Menurutku PANDUM, tapi kalau untuk jadi ancaman mungkin belum kesampaian kayak.
I think if you ask me about the team that show most improvement, it would be PANDUM, but then still it's far beyond our trend.
Oh, and what about GEEK fam?
Ya, gimana
GEEK fam?
pertanyaanmu tentang GEEK fam?
Terlalu jauh.
Yeah, it's too far, still too far beyond Alter Ego Prime. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for this interview, Boychil. Thank you so much, Youngs. And now it's time to see the highlights.
Well, that is a very insightful view from Boychil himself, who got one of the best chicken dinners yesterday, that is. And Alter Ego have been doing fairly well as well today. Let me check out the highlights here featuring Alter Ego. They scored the first chicken dinner inside of Sand Hall with one of their favorite circles inside of Camp Alpha.
Yep, and they lost Rosemary early on earlier in today, and it wasn't a big problem for the side of Alter Ego to still score the chicken anyhow. But when it comes to the last few maps here, definitely they lost Rosemary in the last round. But when it comes to GEEK fam, I feel like they definitely a threat to all the teams here. But when it comes to Alter Ego view, they said it's still gonna be a long shot for GEEK fam to actually call it a threat yet.
Yeah, that is very interesting though, and of course that's a challenge to GEEK fam to be consistent, and not only in week 1, they have to do it for weeks to come, and also if they make it into the grand finals, that is. So GEEK fam, that's the challenge here by Boychil himself. And coming back onto some of the stats here, that's where we need to compare Boychil himself with Mika from GEEK fam.
When it comes to elimination, it's slightly just over towards the side of Mika. Barely like 0.2 point depth is. But when it comes to average damage, these two players pretty much on the same par right now. Even their team contribution is very similar, but more to the side of Boychil, because he's more of a team player. But assist-wise, it's more to the side of Mika. So still gonna be a bit of one team player for both players at the same time. But when it comes to GEEK fam, I like that you mentioned it's not just about the group stage, it's also about the Super Sunday. Can they still maintain? Are they saving up their strategy here for Alter Ego? Because maybe they're not playing their best yet, they're just playing enough just to get into the Super Sunday.
Yeah, who knows, right? But they still need well, I guess they've done enough at this point, right? So it's going to be hard to push down Alter Ego. Plus, there's still like remaining 3 games more to go, so they could still extend their lead away from getting booted out of the top 8. Now, but coming back to 3 more games, right? So it's going to be the final Erangel. We just saw a crazy Erangel circle earlier on. But the one kind of circle that we have not gotten yet is the northern circles, the Savernis, the shooting range, the North Jogo pool. We have not seen that one yet.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for the northern side of the circle because that's the only one that we haven't scored, and we definitely have a centralized circle. We have a bit on right. We have any last circle today and yesterday and the day before. I think not too much on left side too. So northern left, probably around hospital would be great, or even Jogo pool. But nothing on the north yet. A lot of southern circle, of course. It's quite a rare sight to have first week double SMB in the same week. Wow, that's already privilege enough for us to witness that one in week number 1.
Yeah, not going to complain with that sort of circle. Even if they give us another military-based circle next, I'll be like, cool, I love it, I'll take it. But of course, the players were haters for it. They'll be like, no, we have enough. We have enough, especially Vampire Esports scammed by the circle. If not, they would have dropped into Novo. Novo was empty, was close with the starting of the flight path. They did that in the first Erangel. They just did not do that in the second Erangel. And so to speak, only 1 point for them.
Yeah, unfortunately. But we're still gonna halfway through. We do know for a fact that some players gonna change, and even some teams have a bit of a revamp when it comes to their performance when it comes to the second half of the day. So we're gonna have to wait and see. Will crazier things happen here? Everything happens after the halfway break. So this is where we get surprises usually the most often. Probably the last thing we have a bit more aggressiveness for the players to just have more eliminations in their last play of the Erangel. But Miramar is going to be the all-action map that is.
Yeah, I would say so as well. With our final sprint for these 2 groups, Group A and Group B, we might see crazier plays. Like, okay, don't think too much, just do it. And that's where we'll see potentially a lot more fights, because teams might start to get a bit desperate. For those of them who are just by the edge of that number 8 spot, that precious number 8 spot, they'll definitely want to try to push on to get that top 8 so that they can at least have a break tomorrow.
We talked about the 4 teams that have possibility of getting those top 8 just now. MORPH, will they maintain? Despite they had that last big push, crazy amount of eliminations yesterday, will still be enough at 81 points, because when even in the 80s, it doesn't feel so safe anymore.
Yeah, because the points at 9, 10, 11, I believe there were 3 teams. Last we reviewed the overall charts, they potentially could break into the top 8 as well. So yeah, it will be really interesting to see if that actually happens. But with 3 more games to go, it's actually very, very doable. And those teams are heavy hitters themselves. Teams like Boom Esports are there. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually do that. But we did have a swap here. So looks like Frankie is going to come in for PEA.
They definitely need Frankie, because Frankie is one of the players that actually do crave for more aggressive plays for the team, and PA definitely lacking that right now. But we do have another swap count from GEEK fam, despite they're not broken, but they're gonna have the rotation with Sonys. I think maybe because they are comfortable enough in their 100 marks, so they want to have enough exposure for each of the players, even the one that actually been benched out early on, because this is the best time for GEEK fam, for the other players that's waiting at the bench sub, to just warm up too, in case anything that's needed later on.
Yeah, give Sonics a run out, and this is going to be his debut this season as well. So yeah, I mean that's probably their only reason why they swap, and also of course to keep Aizen fresh as well by not burning him out with too many games. So that's absolutely fine based on the strategy. It works both ways for GEEK fam.
Yep, that's kind of true, and I love the fact they make sure that they're very comfortable enough to the position, at the point that that it's okay for them to experiment with lineups and try to find a new chemistry with a new dynamic added up. One player will change a lot of things, but in spite of that, we talked about the other teams, of course, and when it comes to Vampires, I think that's pretty safe for them to say they are gonna go straight for Super Sunday. But for the other teams though, like we talked about before, with NKT on the rise as well, and maybe even Roy push up the numbers here, who else will be joining for the Super Sunday in the very last minute?
Oh yeah, that will be interesting for us to see, right? Because we've got 3 more games to go. I would expect it to go down to the last game on who are exactly the top 8 there, because the contenders are really, really tight at the borderline coming into the top 8 spots. Let's restart our second half of the day inside of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Let's fly in one last time towards our last Erangel run here from Kamishki down towards possibly just around the left side of a map. So maybe left side circle or even north circle for once, you know. We want to see something new and something fresh here. And we talked about vampires have been a bit of a nomad when it comes to Erangel. Where would they drop this time?
Zaki is going to be hard. So Novo is going to be quite far as well. My gut feel is that they're going to go back to Primos because of how the flight path is towards the end. So it's going to be a later drop for them. And it seems like they don't mind later drops based on the previous round. So I would say that a Vampire could probably go there again. That's my best bet now. Leaving Novo empty. And that also means the entire military base would be Team PANDUM again.
Team PANDUM, the team with a P with a problem right now. I mean, they might be the problem for the other teams too. But I love the fact that Alter Eco just now, Wojciech did mention about PANDUM. They feel like the progress coming from PANDUM has been a good progress throughout the entirety of the tournament here today. We're looking for what they have to offer when it comes to the last Erangel map in week number 1 during the group stage. Now they're gonna go straight into SMB as per usual. Vampires, like you mentioned, is gonna be Primors. PEA as per usual, it's gonna be Starboy. Then we get our left side circle. Thank you so much, PUBG Mobile. Will be Quarry or will be in between the Gatka fields?
Ooh. Primos circle. It's not something that we always get. So if we do get that this time, I wouldn't mind as well. So let's see if we do get it at the end of the day. I mean, it's a far-fetched sort of circle. But anyway, we'll let that naturally roll as we go through. And so far, no early fights yet, or no early tussles for vehicles that ended up in either knocks or eliminations. But that also means that with more players on the battleground, when it comes to a certain stage, it will be even more havoc that happens at the same time.
What more havoc would be TALON that can manage to squeeze into the top 8 at the very last minute? It's not impossible with 3 more maps to go. I mean, like the ones that actually still have around, I think even up to Roy, there's a possibility they can squeeze into it as long as they maintain consistency with like what, 10 points, 10, maybe Roy have to be extra on that, 15 points or 12 points across all 3 maps later on. Maybe there's still a shot for them to have the numbers to push up. But don't forget about BTR, TALON and Vampire. Vampire possibly going to be in the Super Sunday here, straight up to the top 8. Singers for Boom, because it's pretty close themselves. All they need to do is to make sure they don't actually be eliminated early. That the case of Boom, that's more challenging, because in the last round they didn't make too much of a point. They were the first one to be taken out at 16th place.
Yeah, in fact, throughout the day, the previous Erangel that was won, Sandhawk match also, they were out at number 16 without any points. So out of 3 games, the second round was probably the only round that they managed to gain a couple of points, and that's about it. So the last 3 rounds here is where they really need to try to push it. 68 points, assuming that the 80-ish mark is still there. That's 12. So it still sounds mathematically doable. And plus, you're talking about Boom Esports. So at least in that mind, if you divide 12, that's at least 4 points. That's at least 4 points per round. So if you divide it to that, 4 points per round, it should be a walk in the park for Boom Esports.
Yep. But it's always going to be, they have to have points. I mean, if they drop 1 ball, it's still fine. As long as Mirama, they can recover themselves back. And hopefully they don't have the challenges too much when it comes to Boom. It's all about survivability. As long as they survive in the top 5 or even the top 4, I think it's pretty a-okay for Boom, even Vampires at this point. And same goes for NKT. I'm loving the fact what NKT actually have to offer us this season. And don't forget, if you guys looking at the scoreboard just now, VOIN, Donkey, DXM, MORPH as well as FAZE Clan seems to be the one in between those numbers. Yes, right now Alter Ego and also GEEK Fam already overtaken VOIN, Donkey and D Xaviers in the overall rankings. And KT Spider 10. I love these guys now. Now the average damage is pretty much close, like not the highest but definitely on the high average as well, 306. With every single map they got themselves at least 1.5 elimination and most likely more than that, with also assists in the way too. With team contribution, I think it's pretty much almost close for every single member, around 25 to 27% for each player of NKT across all 4 of them.
Yeah, and I wish we do have a stat for Spider Tan for survivability, because he's always like the final member for NKT to survive. So doing very well to play placement points as well for his team. But for one of the members of BTR, now currently low, down and out thanks to Shunos, not able to survive as long as he would have liked, and Roy will claim that point.
BTR lost 1 player. We talked about BTR still have a shot at the Super Sunday, but I mean it's not impossible starting off as a 3. It depends on whether they want to commit to the fight or not. It's decision making time for the side of BTR right now. Roy and BTR having a go, with Roy still having a full squad. Here comes Satar crushing into it, but their backside, the support 5 been taken down instead.
Genforce down. Now only Satar and Lapard that is still active. So let's see if they can actually win this fight against Roy, because Roy right now, they clearly know that they have the man advantage against BTR. And we can see them circling around. Okay, there's one person in a different angle. Satar is inside, so Lapar is on the outer side. But I don't think it will be difficult for the members of Roy to spot him out now that Lapar let go a couple of shots.
There's another new team coming by. That's going to be Team Flash. It's down to the third party whether they want to pull over or not. They're definitely not interested in this one. Yep, they're just going to pass by. So it's a good call for the side of BTR and also Team Roy if they want to resume their fight here. But BTR, they need to save Genforce. Right now they're down to only 2 players left, with Roy did not trade any of their players yet. Genforce bleeding out. I don't see anybody can reach out to him just yet. GEEK spotted out the vehicle coming over towards the fallen members, which could be Genforce. Porsche, they're waiting for them to take the bait, and their bait's been taken, but can they follow up with a setup by Roy?
And here we go, Genforce. Last tick of health. And he made it in time, but hopefully he has enough time to revive. Satar with the shotgun, M4 on the other hand. And Genforce unfortunately will bow out thanks to Juki. Now Satar is the only man standing. Satar has to pull off a big clutch here against Roy. He does have a shotgun, so this is one of the best weapons in this sort of scenario. But he's up against a DBS as well, so Satar has to make this one really work. But the moment he climbed into the building, that is it, BTR out.
This is also contributing more points to the side of Roy for them to push up their numbers to get into the Super Sunday. Yeah, BTR. They decided to go all in for the fight just now. Unfortunately, things did not favor in their hands. And on the side of the blue zone, Roy got hit by it, but it's still on stage 1. In 10 seconds, we get to see second stage circle. A lot of teams start to migrate themselves to the second checkpoint, and PA taking it slow, but there's going to be still 50-50 circle. Who knows if it's down to Quarry, but maybe we have in between Gatka as one. TODAK got themselves in center. No teams being left too behind, so it's within the reach of all the teams. 15 teams still intact. The only one that had been ousted just now was BTR.
Looking at where the possible blockages. Up north, XERXIA don't seem to be making quick moves, at least for Megamind. And he will be caught out with O2 on the north side of the circle, so there could potentially be another fight there up north. But we'll put our focus on the Boom Esports now, one of the highlight teams, and Razy is now down. And as much as they want to save him, okay, they did save him, And so far, no big challenges by other teams. The fact that Yummy is still circling around, so I guess he provides some form of protection for his fallen comrade.
Now we're gonna rewatch the highlight of Roy, how they caught the back of BTR unguarded just now. And it was a lot of off-angle shots coming out from Roy. We're loving how aggressive they get this season. GEEK hit such a big net for that one, cancelling out the pickup by BTR. Look at the taunt of the players. But back to the side of Boom, lucky enough for them, there's some follow-up when it comes to reviving their teammate. But you mentioned about the northern side. OTWO not being stopped by XERXIA yet, but I noted that XERXIA, they split themselves into two different sides because in between, I spot up Team Flash, kind of broke the formation of XERXIA into two sides here.
You know what? I just want to point out when the camera showed Roy taunting back to BTR, they need to remember that they're in Indonesia.
Ouch.
And you know BTR has the biggest fan base of them all. Just saying.
Be careful, boys.
You want to go back to your hotel safe, right? Just saying.
Not too much. Hopefully they make it out alive by the end of today, but they're definitely going to taste a bit of dinner later on after we're done with our day here today. We're back to a side of GEEK fam. Boom in trouble. Now Boom, from the pan to the fire, they were running away from a long shot before, but now it's going to be a bit of a mid-range fight from the side of GEEK fam. But question is, do you 100% commitment be given by the side of GEEK fam, or are they just giving out warning shots and just try to make sure that Boom cannot get into their compound?
Yeah, and GEEK fam, at this point they have the nothing to lose mentality, right? I wouldn't be surprised if they truly want to try to go for it. They want to try to find another advantage. Oh, nice! Here by Damroot with the Mini 14. Managing multiple teams at the same time, or multiple players at the same time. At the same time, look at the elimination of the Team Flash. One player currently knocked. And we're going to see the next phase of Circle. And will it be a tough one? Oh, hard shift to the north.
Just on the outskirts of Gatka, and just now I saw Vampires also trying to pick the fight against Boom. They being the third party there. I assume that's going to be Tony K stepping out from afar. Usually it's going to be Tony K. But due to the transition of the circle, everybody just hop into their vehicle, pause a bit for their whatever skirmish they actually have, and just decide to go, you know what, we're going to have the pause, a bit of a truce, focus on transitioning into the circle first, where we heard gunfires being shot in the circle here, which could be TODAK versus NKT, and maybe even XERXIA in between.
Yeah, the battle for the middle spot is definitely possible there. But the battle for Team Flash and NKT now. Oh, nice vehicle blown up by Batman to get that one knock. And here we go. BARUZ will be knocked down by Mr. Joe, who's now in the building. Spider-Tan will be knocked down. Nice nade from afar as well. But it's now only Gosu left. I wonder how much he can get out of this one. Mr. Joe, he needs to reset himself before saving his teammate Joker.
Now this is crucial for the side of NKT. They cannot afford to lose this round early because they're very close of getting and securing their spot in the top 8 for the straight Super Sunday here. As much as they want to neglect the team that's bleeding out, their teammate, they have to save him regardless of the situation, and they manage to revive him back up. While the others are trying to pick out every bit of NKT possible. TODAK, Team Flash seems to be sandwiching NKT at the same time. But I'm waiting, XERXIA, are they interested in this fight as well?
Monitoring the situation, I guess. But I'm just looking at the mini-map. There is movement though. Okay, here we go. Gosu definitely moving. And the moment he showed himself, but sharp shooting as well from Joker, who was saved by Mr. Joe to finish off Team Flash and NKT victorious with 3 eliminations.
Despite they got the upper hand from the side of Team Flash, the bounce back coming out from NKT, that was super fast the way they reset themselves. I'm surprised. But like I mentioned, XERXIA seems to be interested. Of course, they try to clean up the crew of NKT, still licking their wounds. But on the side of GEEK fam, this is the first time we're looking at GEEK fam being knocked down quite early. But will they save their mate? Because I think there's going to be a long shot coming up from Vampires. There's still some distance, but PANDUM, they're trying to run away as Mika finish off one of the players in the small shack before.
Yeah. And GEEK fam right now playing without Audrey, but frankly speaking, I'm not too worried about the Geek Fam for now. But let's see how many hearts they can break still. Vampire Esports probably one of them, since they're still finding their way into top 8. As now they'll be up in the skirmish with the Vampires. Vampires still circling around, gathering information. Geek Fam doing the same while looking at where the circle will shift next. And it's not going to be a too far of a circle for Geek Fam and Vampire.
It's all about the terrain here. There's going to be uneven curvature of the geography terrain, but it's going to be an open field regardless of that, and so little structures, only vegetations in between, so they have to play it smart, to have a lot of smoke at the same point. Vampires and Geek Fam still having a go and a brawl between them alongside of this hill. Damro being shot down at the back, so there's no cover fire for Geek Fam anymore. Sonics have to deal this by himself, and they might actually lose the entire crew if Mika couldn't do something about this.
Oh, here we go. And it's going to be Mika. 10% of health left behind the tree. Vampire Esports, they clearly know where he is. So it's probably just a matter of time. And Geek Fam is out. Number 30 with 2 elimination points. But yeah, they're alright.
But I feel bad for Sonic, so he just got swapped in. That was last than few minutes he lasted in just stage number 4, and that's a done deal for him. So he just got swapped in, man.
Well, I guess, just like any other gamer, it's like, that first round is a warm-up round, so it's alright. He'll definitely play in the following round. So, yeah, Sonics, don't feel bad. Don't cry, my boy. Don't cry.
We'll wait and see if he got swapped out for Mirama later or not. Then it speaks something if he got swapped out. It means something behind the stage there. The coach definitely not really happy with how he performed. But maybe he's been given a bit more chances later. Who knows, right? Because they are quite comfortable for Geek Fam still. But Alter Ego, can they overtake Geek Fam? And also we talked about the top 8 teams. Boom and BT are shut down. Same goes for Roy. So Vampire, all they need to do right now is just pull the gap between them and the rest of the team from Boom down to Roy down there.
Yeah, at this point, the top contenders are out. Like what you said, a lot of opportunity now for Vampire Esports. NKT as well, the 2 Thai teams together. But let's check out what's going to happen on the other side of the map. We got Alter Ego here, who is also pretty comfortable in the overall charts. But these comfortable teams, they could potentially break hearts of other teams as well. Okay, up against PEA now, and Rush, the moment he rushed in, Alter Ego was ready to rush onto him.
I feel like PEA, they have only left duo, Dom and Frankie. Frankie will just swap in for PEA. Can he make a comeback for the side of PEA? They are in a very low position here right now. RRQ spotted out Vampires. It's going to be a 3-way war. Even TODAK butting into this business. So RRQ, Vampire and TODAK having a go against each other. But RRQ licking their wounds after they're done with Vampires. But here comes another team. I assume that's probably going to be the Infinity.
Well, look at this. Vampire Esports out as well. So they managed to collect a total of 71 points so far. But NKT will be the happiest of the bunch. NKT wants to keep Vampire, Boom out of their back so they wouldn't be pushed out the top 8. And right now, Alter Ego still on the northern side, pretty much unchallenged, I must say. And they could probably be the heartbreakers for PEA, with Adam now caught on the outside of blue, tanking it out. Even if it moves forward, if it's not Alter Ego, it's going to be O2.
Now, the one that actually cheering from the sidelines probably going to be VOIN, Donkey, D-Xaviers, and probably definitely MORPH as well when all these top contenders being finished off early. But speaking of which, you mentioned about NKT, they are guarding over the position and gatekeeping XERXIA from entering in, but XERXIA still managed to breach through. The one coming up from the south, Infinity Tiger, acts a bit far from the rest of the roster, but he will relay back all the information that he just gained about the position of RRQ back towards the team, because he is regrouping. They are repositioning for a fight.
Yeah, so NKT, well, I guess now with the circle, and they are pretty comfortable in there, so they'll definitely still stay put. As for PEA, so it looks like they will lose Adam. He was last in the blue the last time we saw him. So the other member of PEA, not too sure where he is, but now we do have Cleon here, going up with a 1v1 against Achul from Team PANDUM. And Achul dancing around to the left side, but as Cleon wanted to throw his nade, got knocked down.
Iftar.
Now Iftar to do
Iftar
it quick. Can he do it? Oh no, Iftar's pretty low as well. But Iftar!
Wow!
Dude, you can always count on Iftar!
When it comes to CQC, Iftar just know exactly how to play despite how low he can actually get. But next we have Alter Ego versus PA. Alter Ego just randomly try to find any target possible. PA unfortunately, despite they have Frankie into the roster, nothing seems to be changing for their fate down there. Still being eliminated in the top 10 just now. But team left with only 8 teams. And XERXIA still alive. Same goes for NKT, but they're down to 2 players. As Alter Ego still trying to gain as much point as possible, catching up to GEEK fam, but they're running low when it comes to manpower. Only 1 player left, which is going to be Boichu.
Yep, the man who just did the interview, going up against O2,
Oh.
and Nate into the shack by Fredo. And that is it. Alter Ego eliminated number 8 with 6 eliminations. Oh, that's my kid, by the way. And NKT, in the meantime, they scored their 5th elimination.
Yeah, NKT seems in a good run. They're hitting the 80s right now. We're not including their position points yet. So if they can get a chicken, that's definitely going to be solidify their top 8 position for the Super Sunday. Whilst they're still trying to clean up their mess with XERXIA. Unfortunately, NKT, they lost heavy casualty. But the moment they tried to lick their wounds, XERXIA knew he just surprised them from the back. Last person, Mr. Joe, being eliminated with the shot of this shotgun.
At least they're now at 80-ish points with 2 more games in hand. So pretty comfortable spot for NKT. But for RRQ, not comfortable at all. I mean, 44 points plus 4 plus placement points. They could use a lot more points here. And going up against TODAK next could be a good idea for them. As TODAK now they are in a split. But TODAK with a split, looks like they want to take this fight against RRQ, or at least they are alert of RRQ's presence. But I guess both teams might be on a stalemate for now, since it's only about a couple more seconds before we see the next circle. Might as well wait for that. And 9, closest to the circle. Probably regroup back to 9.
For XERXIA, unfortunately, they got himself compound, but there's only Mega Earth left. And he has to deal with TALON 2 players down there. And there's not much compounds available except for the one that actually where XERXIA and TALON's fighting about. And TALON, they're trying to find that one last player of XERXIA, but we're talking about Mega Earth. Never mind. We thought he can clutch, but it's not going to happen here today. Will it be O2 Esports with the most players live? Same goes for the Infinity. Finally bounced back for the second page team here in the very last minute.
Wow, this is where the second page teams are a little bit more desperate to collect points, even though it's not for qualification directly, but at least for a good start in the last chance qualifiers. So that's their main motivation right now. So we will surely see a new team getting a chicken dinner now. Now it's between TALON, RRQ, O2, TODAK, and the Infinity.
Yeah. Even though they got a lot of numbers of players there, but they might just jump to 1 or 2 after this done for Infinity versus O2. The most of players are fighting against a squad as well. TALON, they're just gonna rush into it where TODAK's standing. Lennox, on the other hand, have a bit of a reset time. He got some space there, but Iftar, this guy is crazy. Here comes another nade by Iftar. When it comes to getting the close quarter combat, this guy don't know how to stop.
Man, this guy's so reliable. And you can always count on him, whether it's a 1v1 scenario, he'll definitely do the business. But look at this. A lot of teams on the left side right now rushing onto each other. The Infinity, one of them, together with O2, as well as RRQ. 3 teams in the same compound right now, duking it out with each other. Okay, a bit of stalemate here. But if the circle shifts away, then they will definitely force them to make their move.
O2 pressuring on side of Infinity. Got only 2 players left indoors and they still have a full squad, while TALON last player still stand on the other side of the map, so he's gonna be A-OK. But here comes the rush. O2 trying to clean up whatever that's left for them against the side of TALON players. But the smoke is just too thick for them to see across the other side of the corner of the house, across the hall. It's so difficult for them to see, and that's where the surprise happened. But lucky enough for Fredo, there's backup coming up very soon. There's no trade-off coming up from O2 and the Infinity. And next we have OT versus RQ, licking their wounds, not much time. Reset right now, and next fight is already presented itself in front of O2.
Well, Asa will say, hey, why wait when we can start it off by knocking one of you down? And this is a Russian moment here for RRQ. It's going to be Asa and No Mercy to try to do it against O2. And Asa goes towards the left side, and looks like O2 managed to pick up their teammate. Asa, the moment he moves into the building, gets knocked down immediately by K15. Yes, No Mercy with the vector, knocks down Fredo. Looking for more right now, but from the other side, Kid, DVS gameplay, and O2 won the fight against RRQ.
A sudden surge of performance. They're coming up from O2 with 8 eliminations now. I don't know where they've been for the entirety of the tournament of week 1, but finally they realize it's almost the last Erangel here, and this is where the push happens, and it's gonna be TODAK and O2 versus one particular talent. Axel seems to be quite in the center of nowhere, and not even in the circle. There's an open space, couple of haystacks for covers, but nothing more than that. And Axel, he got that buggy, which is quite smoked up. I think it's better to just snake in. He gave away his position to a skid.
Okay, so will Kid be able to still stay away? Yeah, so far so good. So far so good. I mean, look at this, right? This is arguably one of the fastest round, if you think about it. Stage 7, 3 teams, 8 players remaining. Yeah, teams are just going wild this round, you gotta think about it. Now, O2, a little bit of elevation advantage, but they don't have the circle, so they need to move a little bit forward. But TODAK on the other end, they're not having any close quarters range part of this. So, and they do have to control the circle, so it's actually looking pretty good for TODAK in this position.
But when it comes to coincidence, due to Axel performance just now, the open fire is against Kid. They have no clue before, and the moment they swap over their view to a side of Axel, that's where TODAK starts shooting. Now they know both teams' positions here for O2, so they still have a slight chance of winning this chicken as well. But for Axel, this is going to be tough because it's going to be against the entire squad of O2 and TODAK. But we've seen this happen before. It's not impossible. All he has to do is play it safe and play it smart. But the problem is, it's out of utilities.
Yeah, I think everyone's pretty low from all the non-stop fighting at some point. Even if we look at, okay, 9's pretty healthy because TODAK, they didn't really take too many fights. Just look at this, they only got 3 eliminations and they're on the right side where most teams are on the left side. So TODAK now has pretty healthy gear onto them. Oh, Axel taken out by the blue. And that is a point tonight there. And now we're down to 2 teams, either O2 or TODAK for the chicken dinner.
Secures another elimination before he goes down, but for O2 they're having problem to just clean up what they can try to do, because right now TODAK do have more covers, they do have the circle, they are capitalized over and controlled over the circle right now with their flank side covered as well. While on the side of O2 they clustered up together with barricade at the certain point. Now here comes Lynx, he's going on for the off angle. If Lynx can shoot from their side, that's going to be a game over for O2.
Oh, yeah, so let's see who gets the first advantage right now. Okay, there you go. Lynx, but not able to land that shot. Okay, maybe he found it kind of difficult, especially with the vehicle used as a barricade. Okay, so Iftar, okay, is he going? Okay, they're all opening the space right now. The circle does favor O2 a little bit more this time, so TODAK needs to move a bit forward. But with the numbers that they have and the angles that they have covered, I mean, O2, they don't have much space to move. Kid and Amazal is pretty much clumped up.
Malaysian finale between TODAK and OT Esports. Kid and Amazal trying to play with whatever they have right now. Fired back to a side of Lynx. Iftar, and now if this goes short range, we know how crazy Iftar can get. So O2, they want to be as far as possible away from the side of TODAK right now and take advantage of their distance. But the problem is they are quite low when it comes to manpower, and they clustered up together, and that gives so much room for TODAK to have a peek on a different angle. And they barely have enough utils for O2 now. Same goes for TODAK, but TODAK still have plenty on Lynx's side.
Yeah, so the utilities, well, they could still expand it well enough, right? Just look at this. They still have the utilities to reset. Not going to be a problem for them. But stage 9. Okay, stage 9 is here. This is going to be the big factor here. And they don't even have vehicles. They have active vehicles now. Look at this. Iftar is
Let's
on
go.
his way. Move towards the inner side. The blue will be pressuring O2 first.
That's kind of true. O2 pressured their backs by the blue zone, and Iftar slowly closing in the distance, but they got one down. Here comes go time. They're rushing in together with Lynx and Iftar, and these two playing a crazy blaze of TODAK. Just want to finish things off. They want to just cut down the chase and just finish off Amazon and try to bait him out. But Iftar, you don't want him to get close, Amazon. You have to start shooting now. But the problem is the smoke. He kind of blocked his own vision, and that's going to be a secure chicken dinner. TODAK, and it seems like the second page are on the rise, but is it too late now?
Well, even if it could be too late for the top 8 directly into the last chance qualifiers, but still, they will carry forward these points to tomorrow. So it's still worthwhile for them to score this chicken dinner for themselves. But I must say, without even looking at the stats, Iftar has to be the MVP this round.
Oh, he's definitely deserving of that. I mean, Iftar is a different monster when it comes to using those DBS and the CQC. That's definitely one of his biggest strengths and one of the pillar for TODAK too. If they can play around how Iftar plays in the CQC, just go in for the rush, they definitely can actually receive more. But also don't forget about Lynx. He actually dished out the most damage out of 4 of them.
Yeah, I know, right? So that could potentially make him the MVP, but until it's up here. Now, 6 eliminations for TODAK, so that's 16 points this round. Okay, MVP, yeah. Based on stats, it's Lynx, but I personally will give it to Iftar. Anyway, congratulations to Lynx as the MVP. 2 eliminations, 950 damage, 137 damage received, 32% team contribution, and 28 minutes, 16 seconds survival time. And this is the first time TODAK scored a chicken dinner in this season's PMSL.
But when it comes to time of full squad, they're actually not having the longest full squad time for TODAK as well. They played as the trio for a quite long time. But same goes for the side of RIQ, and XERXIA, this seems to be the rise also for O2. So we're going to have to wait and see, will things change for the teams on the second page here when it comes to the last minute, including the double Mirama. Let's rewatch and relive the moment of TODAK chicken dinner.
Yeah, the big one was when you had 3 teams on the left side house canceling out each other, and TODAK was just sitting on the other side like, ha ha, we come in later. And with that, they scored 16 points with the chicken dinner. OTWO, one of the best performances so far with 14 points, and only 2 teams with a double digit. And these are page 2 teams, mind you, ladies and gentlemen. And everyone else on page 1 at least got some form of placement points on top of elimination points.
But when it comes to the teams that's being eliminated early, these are the teams that have high potential to go straight into the Super Sunday that we talked about before. It's going to be Boom, of course, including also I think Alter Ego has no problem by now. Boom, Vampire, of course. I think Vampire pretty much can squeeze in too. But gotta have to wait and see, can they make it in for the very last minute? Now we're waiting for the overall rankings. Of course, top 8, the line will be around Vampires, but Sun9 slowly being pushed down. They're not playing anymore. So it's down to Boom, BTR and TALON. Can they make it up in the very last minute when it comes to 2 more maps to go, which could be Miramar?
Yeah, now we are 200% going to see Sun9 again tomorrow. The question now is that whether Vampire Esports can still hold on to that, because Boom Esports is 3 points behind Vampire. So those numbers are still possible. BTR 11 points behind Vampire at least, with 2 more games also mathematically possible. TALON not too far, it's at 12 points behind Vampire, also mathematically possible. So we still have a good amount of contenders there for at least the top 8.
I mean, if something that will surprise us is going to be the teams on second page, including down to even Roy, if they go crazy like how MORPH did yesterday with 20-ish elimination. 22 was the highest record, highest all-around record when it comes to this season, and maybe almost one of the best across the entire year as well. Now, if Roy or XERXIA or any of the page 2 teams starting from 13 to 16 place can pull that one off, now that's not going to be that stable enough for the first page teams as well.
Well, speaking about the non-first page teams, Lynx and Kid is being compared. While Kid came up with 6 eliminations by himself. Interesting. But Lynx did a lot more work here. We're talking about 950 damage versus 2 eliminations that he came out with and 3 assists. Man, that is a lot of work for his team in the previous round. But Kid, as compared, he has a 55% team contribution, which is pretty high up there.
And when it comes to the top Miramar performance, BTR, NKT, Alter Ego, and Vampires, can they push their numbers up in the very last minute with... I know that I think BTR probably still possible to make it up in the last minute with their average elimination points at 10 each of the map. They scored the chicken here once, same goes for Alter Ego. I feel like a lot of Indonesian teams do prefer Miramar these days over Erangel, so you're gonna have to wait and see will they go crazy in this map or not.
Yeah, and if you look at, based on what you said, right, the 2 teams that got the chicken dinner based on this top Miramar performance are from Indonesia, BTR and Alter Ego. So that is, that's a sign there. That's a sign. NKT, Vampire Esports up here as well, but to them, as long as you can bring in the points, chicken dinner sometimes is a bonus. And so far, it's been great for NKT. 1 chicken dinner, but so in terms of points, they are doing fairly well. So big up to NKT.
Now, speaking of Miramar, just to relive the history back when it comes to week number 1, don't forget about VOIN Donkey as well. They scored 1 chicken in Miramar. MORPH scored crazy amount of elimination in Miramar where they made a comeback to get into the top 8 last minute. So Miramar definitely going to be the map to focus by most of the teams coming out from Indonesia regions. So I assume they're going to go super crazy in the next couple of maps, especially the last one of today.
Yeah, looking at how the Erangel match was, I would expect the same for the last 2 Miramars. And we already have like teams who have nothing to lose. Teams like GEEK fam, they just look at them. They'll be like, we're happily doing whatever that we're doing, right? And even though if they went out early, it's like it doesn't matter for them. So those kind of teams could probably disrupt these other teams because they're not thinking too much sometimes. They see whoever, they'll just maybe try to rush in and try to take the fight. And even though if they lose, maybe they would significantly damage their opponents, or even like maybe take 1 or 2 players out, and that would hurt these teams who are in pursuit for something, either either qualification directly or comfort points in the last chance qualifiers.
Yep, it's also a bit of a gamble for them when it comes to the Miramar map here, whether they want to go for all crazy elimination for their points and just, you know, make the placement point as just a bonus, or they want to play it safe. I don't think they want to play it safe, based on how they are so confident with the interviews as well, and how they have spent us the saving the best performance probably for the last two maps here. We're gonna see maybe they can go aggressive when it comes to the teams that's just eyeing out for the top 8, because I feel like they purposely put themselves enough in the safe zone to just push in the last minute for these teams.
Yeah, if that's for the borderline teams, then they have to really be sure of what are they doing in the upcoming rounds, right? So looking at teams like BTR, teams like Boom, those borderline teams that could probably just make it. So even like NKT, they also need to like try to keep that gap with the other teams trying to chase onto them so that they will directly qualify, obviously. So also expect teams like NKT to probably stay a bit more quiet, and they will be looking at the elimination feed, telling themselves that, hey, as long as we survive above those teams just right below us, we're good.
Yep. Or maybe just push it, just risk it for a bit, because it's not too punishing even if they lost this first Super Sunday, because they might get more points. But we do have none other than Firebox is back again for Boom now, what they have to offer to us this time. And also I want to know, is Sonic still going to play for GEEK fam? That's also something that I'm looking forward to. But welcome back Triple F. Will this be the crazy NKT again that we saw after the swap happens?
Yeah, the last time the swap happened, it worked out well for NKT. So that could be something that they are looking forward to doing as well. Try to keep away from the competition. No Mercy swaps out for Nabeko. This is the first swap out substitution for No Mercy, it seems. And Nabeko is back. I mean, to me, Nabeko is one of the players that you cannot remove from the RRQ lineup. He is proven to be one of the top eliminators for them. And finally, you get to see your boy Redface.
All the big guns is coming back, man. We talked about Nepeko, Redface, Triple F. Something is gonna be up here. Something is cooking and brewing for this Miramar. I can't wait and super excited to see this Miramar map. But I think Sonic's still gonna play for GEEK fam, so they gave him another performance. They didn't actually play too long, I assume. So there's so many major big guns coming in for the last two Miramar maps, so we can assume this is going to be super hectic, super aggressive perhaps of the last two Miramar for week number 1.
Yeah, maybe for some of those teams that are in pursuit, right? Yeah, or at least for comfort points. So yeah, I do expect to see the final two Miramars to be very active from those teams. So Alter Ego, they're fine. So I don't expect to see much changes for them. They can't afford to do anything they want at this moment. BTR, as you can see on screens, is remaining with the same lineup as we head on to Miramar.
And so far we had a lot of Los Leones South, Los Leones Circle in when it comes to Miramar. Can we have a different one this time? We are just passing by truck stop. Yesterday we almost got Patona. Almost is the right word for it, because and then the second stage or the third stage we just moved away, so we don't get to see any Patona at all in action yesterday. Hopefully we get to see one here today, Cloud.
Yeah, crossing our fingers for that, right? Yeah, it ended up at the south side of Los Leones, where the hilly area is, that the unmarked area. And we also got an Impala circle yesterday, so I was pretty happy with this kind of circle. So I'm a happy boy now. If I were to have another wish list besides Impala now, would be Patona, definitely. But if that's far-fetched, then well, another far-fetched one is going to be Oasis. It's been a very long time since we've seen an Oasis circle.
It's time, I think, they put a name for Oasis, you know? There's no name on the northern side. Just put Oasis up there, give it a name. And I hope somebody will drop in Pattona for the sake of, you know, we get a glimpse of what Pattona is like. But NKT, are they planning to drop that, please? Can we have a view on NKT if they happen to take Pattona? But no, they cancelled it out. But we're going to have to wait for the circle. Please, Pattona is still in there. But it's a high chance we're going to get Chumasera circle.
If it's really, really by that edge in stage 1 circle, then wouldn't be too hopeful for that kind of circle to end in Pattona. Chumasera, probably. Even Valadema or the high grounds of Chumasera down south, there will be one of the interesting spots for the teams to play. It's hard to navigate there. But I would expect this kind of circle to see a good amount of teams trying to take out the high grounds on the south side of Chumasera, because you want to take those key spots before other teams do.
Now I'm waiting to see how fast they can rotate themselves for all the teams up there, because it's all, when it comes to Chumasera sort of circle, it's going to pick and choose whether you want to go for the compound low ground or you want to go for the high grounds. And it's definitely going to be a lot of high ground players there, because of how much percentage of the circle just more towards the southern side of the map. So it's going to be in between the valleys and the high grounds of Chumasera. So these guys have to loot super fast, no time to waste at all, and just go straight for the high mountains and making sure they have enough to last long within those mountains. And it's going to be super fast rotation coming up from Roy. A lot of teams already got themselves some UAZs, but they're sharing as a 4, trying to find another vehicle on the process. But it's going to be, I think, Infinity that's watching out to a side of Roy. Yep.
Oh, and Logan's caught on the open area. Alright. No vehicle, so he'll need his teammates to come pick him up. Now, he's pretty much held hostage as well with Roy on that high ground. So, I wonder how will Logan get out of this. Okay, he does have one smoke. They can probably do a quick pickup. Let's see what sort of risk is Infinity up. Okay, never mind about that. Oh,
well, the rest of rescue has arrived. A bit too late for the Infinity, but and they probably gonna go beyond 20k. Can he pull a 20k? Yeah, it's down to 20k to make a call for the Infinity. The last player stand, but GEEK, this is GEEK with a shotgun. Unfortunately for Infinity, Logan just now, he wasn't discovered by Roy. I think he accidentally opened fire. He just couldn't hold his trigger finger. That he opened up that one shots towards the open space just now. Definitely punishing for the side of Infinity. But, well, Infinity, they are starting off with next match at 32 points with no elimination points at all.
Well, clean win for Roy there. Oh, but our elimination feed is not stopping yet. Satar knocked down and eliminated by Acho. Caught out in the power grid area. And the other members of BTR are still here. Ooh, this is going to be real interesting. Okay, if Team PANDUM eliminates BTR, like if BTR goes out clean, no points, then the final round they need to come up big to score that 80 plus point.
Yep, they don't want to make their chances pretty slim for BTR. Giving themselves a bit of a pressure for the last map. That's going to be quite a very slim chance to get into the Super Sunday. But at least they still have 3 players, so it's not entirely out yet. It's just slightly handicapped in the early start of this second last map of the day and the week of group stage. But other than that, we don't have no more contact between this team, so it's back to a looting phase for most of them.
Yeah, and whatever it is, right, even if BTR doesn't go through directly to Super Sunday, they are very, very comfortable to head on to last chance qualifiers. They just need to like kind of do maintenance and they'll be absolutely fine. And that is also based on like previous seasons records, right? So those teams who are like at the borderline between the number 9, number 10, they would easily qualify into Super Sunday. They just need to go through the SOP of playing the last chance qualifiers.
Another extra day for them if they don't make it through. But yeah, Logan, I think he opened shot just now early on, because Roy definitely wasn't interested before due to the curvature of the land itself. They couldn't visualize Roy Infinity at first, but due to the tap coming up from Logan, they know exactly there's going to be somebody there, so they are attracted to just take the fight anyhow. But Infinity committed a bit later after Logan being finished off. It's a bit too late for that rescue. and that caused the entire team to go out early. But next O2 and Boom, now this is gonna be fun.
Passing by, Boom, not interested
Bye.
in fun. Yeah, not interested in fun. They'll be like, well, circle's more fun. We like round things. We don't like
Yeah.
people. Like, we're anti-social now.
But Roy, despite it got slight advantage just now, they lost one man, PANDUM out of nowhere, just pops their head. I think it's best for Roy to just go for a retreat because they still have a shot at getting those points to the Super Sunday straight away, but they have to maintain and have to average themselves each of them at around 15 to 20 points. So 10 eliminations each map is almost a must for Roy right now.
Yeah, so Roy will be happy to pick up the points out of the Infinity earlier on because they need to come up big. And coming up big is a possibility because MORPH has shown that they are able to do that with the amount of eliminations that they got yesterday. But we're going to look over at some of the highlight players here. Audrey from GEEK Fam. Average eliminations 1.8. Obviously, his captain is higher than him, but Audrey has always been this pinnacle player for GEEK Fam, and he's always been very, very consistent for many, many seasons now, ever since he joined GEEK Fam Malaysia from GEEK Fam Indonesia.
Yeah, it's been a while, and I mean, like, they don't change so much when it comes to their rotations and also the players, but they definitely slowly build up their chemistry, and you can see they're relying on each other when it comes to their team play. So it's never a one-man show coming out from GEEK Fam side. There's always somebody backing up somebody else. So that's what we love about PUBG Mobile. It's about team plays, and they perform it pretty well, quite consistent when it comes to week number 1. I don't know about the continuing weeks later on, but hopefully they can keep it up. But on the side of TODAK, will it be the rise? Now, TODAK, when it comes to Lynx, his strength is at long range fight, and they have Itar that's pretty much an expert in CQC. If only they can work around this too when it comes to their play, there will be really great improvement as well coming up from TODAK.
Yeah, let's see what TODAK can come up with, right? At this point, TODAK, one of the teams who just want to get more comfort walking into the last chance qualifiers. And they are in the middle of the circle with the second shift of the circle. Going to focus on the left side this time. A lot of hilly areas in this circle. RRQ taking one of the good spots. And I would say that TODAK is in one of them as well. BTR's on the other side. So yeah, some of the hot spots being taken out by teams. So speaking about BTR, TALON now took out a couple of players, and NKT in a fight now against Team Flash, and NKT seems to be winning it.
Joker going out and finding out one of the players of Team Flash and take a bit of cover. The haystack won't cover too much of Gosu right now, wrapping around. NKT is winning out big against Team Flash, but they did not eliminate the entirety of it. Well, TALON also seems to be struggling, but BTR, they cutting it slim for their last map later. I mean, they definitely have to go back to the drawing board whether they want to go for last chance or whether they want to play just straight for Super Sunday now.
Oh yeah, it does look like for BTR, unless they come up big in the following round, we'll see them again tomorrow. Sometimes the fans wouldn't complain because, hey, we get to see our favorite team play again tomorrow. But for Team Flash, the next team to be eliminated, and they are at 30 points. Looking for comfort points, but unfortunately not able to gain any this time. And this is a replay of whatever happened to Team Roy when they were trying to rotate it.
But it was just 2 players that have been finished off early on. They have 2 more players. They don't want to take the risk anyhow. And Roy going to leave the combat the moment they have engagement towards another team. While ZARQ trying to find their target. And speaking of the circle, just saying yes, it's going to be a multi-level terrain. It's difficult to know which and where will all the players be because of how different of the height of the hills. The mountain will be the best spot, but they have to be 100% confirmed they have enough utilities and resources to stay as long as they can. And RRQ just now in a bit of a pit, kind of quite painful for RRQ players.
Spreading out, trying to cover as much ground as possible. That's the strategy of RRQ, and they were on the left side of that left side of the hill, around the area of Valle de Mar. So great spot for them to conquer, if you ask me. So that's why we can see no team is able to take over that spot from RQ yet. But for Vampire Esports now, with the hill that they have took, TALON seems to want to be the king of the hill instead.
Speaking of King of Hills, it's between Talon and Vampires to snatch the title away. But Circle, will they actually move away from some of the teams? Will they push up north? Not really. This is going to be a tricky one to play. There's a bit of a steep river slopes on top of Valdemar here. If they just slip down, that's going to be tough for them to climb back up.
Man, but look at the GEEK position, right? Down at Menace de Sur. The only team to be there. I mean, not many teams will want to play that sort of position, but hey, they still got that little bit of a circle. So creative work there by GEEK, if you ask me, to rotate down there. Not like they have anything to risk, so they can do anything they want. But for XERXIA, they need to win this fight against PEA. They need to gain the points. PEA did pass by, and now they will commit on to XERXIA.
Here comes PEA. One player of XERXIA knew he'd been surrounded. Is he setting up the trap for XERXIA? Is it a trap that has been taken by PEA and snared into it? Or will XERXIA just gonna leave Nui and abandon ship here? I feel like the backup's coming up soon. PEA, they're going in where they are sharing the compound with XERXIA players. It's gonna be a staircase fight again, but Nui couldn't last that fight long enough. With the rest of the teammates still reaching out, Megamind just arrived. It's a bit too late, a second too late.
Yeah, run, boy, run. Now run away, boy, run away, boy. Yeah, plus they need to hike up that hill, so it's going to be a big disadvantage to Megamind, and he definitely realized that, so might as well run back to his teammates on the other end. Hopefully not being spotted out, and he should have enough covers now by the time he reaches at the bottom of this hill.
Speaking of the hills, the bridge, will that be any team that's trying to bridge cam with this big bridge? But RQ, Roy, Shunas. I don't know why, but Shunas always at the most awkward places by himself, and it's gonna be the entire team of RQ. There's no way he can survive that right in the face as well. Now it's down to only Card. Roy, all they need to do is just survive this one, so the gap won't be too big for them to catch up for the last map later on. But if things get really bad and they couldn't make it up for the Super Sunday, like you mentioned, they start comfortably when it comes to the last chance later.
Yeah, so they wish they would have that time off to go to Bali, but yeah, if they have to play, they have to play, I guess. Amika, okay, looks like GEEK fans in the fight with Alter Ego. Both teams nothing much to lose at this point, so I would expect the bulk between them to continue on. And the last we saw their position, they were all the way down south at minus the Sur.
The next few circles is super crucial. We're waiting for stage number 4, because right now it's quite a tricky circle from the start and still getting even trickier. The second we saw the next stage might pop out later on. XERXIA just gonna wait for the next circle to pop. If it's gonna move all the way south or just move back to the north, it still covers a bit of that south. GEEK fam, they still can utilize with whatever space and land they have left.
Yeah, they can still bing chilling down there. Oh man, the next one maybe not, but as long as they still have it, it's like, don't need to really do much. And normally people won't, teams won't pay attention to the bridge at that stage. So GEEK fan could probably slide in at the right moment at maybe stage 5 or 6 later on.
Oh, this is going to be difficult. This is one of the tough circles in Miramar, really. Don't know which one to just favor when it comes to position, multi-level of terrain, and there's so many still compounds in between. It's so hard to visualize the players, and it's so hard to pick and choose which one you want to initiate and engage first.
Oh.
In the spot, there's so many buildings in between, but it's going to be Boom versus Alter Ego. Alter Ego Rosemary going back in the house. You know why? I don't want to expose myself too much. Alongside with Doctor as well. But the problem is, do they have eyes to watch out what's happening on the outside?
Okay, this is going to be interesting though. Alter Ego with nothing much to lose, and if they can break Boom Esports' heart, well, that could be something there. But since they do have the building for themselves and they have the circle, probably everyone's just going to hold on to their own building for now. I mean, this is a typical urban warfare that we're talking about here. You have the circle, you have the building, you're in a town, no one else is close by. You just chill, read the newspaper or something.
Is there any possibility we might ended up on top of that bridge? And we've never seen this kind of bridge circle ever. So if we ended up getting in the last few circles there, that's going to be super interesting. But when it comes to Boom, it's definitely going to be quite a view they have up here. But they're quite scattered about, and one of the teammates still bleeding out. Razy, somebody will reach up to save him and then go for the rescue. But GEEK fam, well, I think they're pretty bored right now.
Yeah, Damru just trying to add to his stats. Just putting in more, whatever he can find. Mini 14, lots of bullets, so he'll be okay. Well, we need to land that headshot. But at the same time, looking at the elimination feed, it is rolling. TALON did get a knock out of a member of Team PANDUM, and looks like they're going to rush in onto them on this high ground.
TALON, gotta finish off PANDUM. Speaking of high grounds, I agree. It's going to be not even breaking any sweat. I am looking forward for Redface's performance. I don't know what he will offer us today, but of course, waiting for that aggressive play coming up from the side of TALON. Yeah, Misery, I feel like they're definitely pumped up with Redface in the lineup. He's got himself 2 eliminations right now. You know what? I agree with you. Maybe Redface is the secret weapon for TALON. They're saving it for later, but they need him now.
Well, already 6 eliminations so far for TALON, and they still have a full squad, so anything can happen. And looks like it's not going to be TALON to get the final member of Team PANDUM. Instead, it is XERXIA from the lower ground, and Team PANDUM is out with 2 elimination points.
Back to Amazel. OTWO just got himself the chicken dinner. Definitely have a bit of confidence boost when it comes to the morale of the team. Fredo reposition himself. Kid, Fredo in a vehicle. Amazel reposition, and it's down to the next circle. With a bridge, there's still part of the bridge in there. Now GEEK have to leave. They probably won't be that bored anymore, but RRQ specialize with the bridge camping. I want to see this fight happen very soon.
Okay, GEEK is now passing by. RRQ is still at the bridge though. That would be interesting to see how GEEK will manage that. So we'll get that in a little bit more as we focus on the Vampire Esports from the high ground. They have to go down. They have to leave the comfort of this high ground. But going down is not going to be easy since there are already so many teams inside the city. And they'll be looking at the high ground through their window to try to stop whoever who tries to come down.
Nobody willing to come down yet. You know, while they can play hide and seek for a bit due to the terrain, this might actually take some time until the Blues stop to push and force the player out of their hiding spot. Now for the side of OTWO Esports, climb down their high horses because there's nowhere near the circle. It seems like very close, but the problem is climbing down is a bit of a hike for them.
Oh, Nate sent across, and RNJ is still bleeding out. Needs to find that space, but RRQ wants to secure that point. But look at the elimination beat. Alter Ego just knocked out Yummy from Boom Esports. Okay, this is the bridge that we talk about, right? Where is GEEK fam now? GEEK fam is right on top of the bridge, and RRQ with putting part of the focus onto GEEK fam, but it's not going to be easy to land those shots since the bridge is so high up.
It's not going to be easy for observers too. It's so difficult to see what's going on. Everybody's indoors right now. There's so many buildings here, Cloud. It's hard to visualize what the teams are actually trying to do, but Vampires are just going to crash into NKT. And Newsy got caught by surprise the moment they're trying to transition themselves into NKT's compound. I feel like Boom want to be the third party. Here comes the break of the silence, and the chaos seems to be commencing.
And here we go, NKT and Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports, they could use a couple more points just to stay away from the competition. But speaking about competition, NKT is just right above them in the overall charts right now. And NKT so far defending their ground decently well, I must say, against Vampire Esports, who only has 2 players down, as well as Schwabs, the double S that needs to do it against NKT now. Trying to find a good opening. Hopefully he'll be able to get something with this nade here. Schwabs sent one onto the second floor and gets a knockdown triple. That is the opening that he's looking for.
And they have been waiting for as well. Even though they're down to only 2 players, left for the side of Vampires, but same goes for the side of NKT. This equal out the field for the side of NKT versus Vampires, but the problem is another one bites the dust for Vampire, leaving only one player left. And this is quite confusing. There's so many corners for them to clear, since it's going to be a lot of urban warfare happening at the edge right now around the coastline.
Yeah, I know, right? Everyone's in the city. But I'll be interested to see if any other team is still on the high ground, though. Probably we'll get to see that in a little bit more as the circle shifts. But we'll get the next knock here. Mizi from PA knocked down by RNG position. Okay, Schweppes. Now up on the second floor alone. The God at Spider Tan. Could put all in focus onto him. Smoke still active. So Spider Tan. Let's see who's going to make that first move by waiting. Okay, waited for the nade and probably about time for him to rush in.
And waiting for the right time to rush in. Here comes the nade. Got himself covered by the corners. Schweppes, how many left for the hand grenades? There is in his pocket. Here comes the answers coming out from the god. He's just gonna close the door. There's nothing Schweppes can do at this point if he closes the door. But Spider Tan waiting for the right time for him to just make a move. PA taking on GEEK Fam, Talon, and KT back, and KT just casually swings over the side of Talon. Yeah, well, trying to still finish off the last player of Vampires, which is going to be Schweppes. But Rosemary, here comes the nade galore coming up from Alter Ego towards the side of Talon. But we do know Vampires finish off not by the NKT players. It's going to be coming out from that last play of Roy.
Ooh, with only 1 point collected by Vampires. And Boom is still in the game. They could potentially overtake Vampire Esports. Talon as well, with now 6 elimination points. If they can come up with the chicken dinner, maybe they could overtake Vampire too. But it also depends on how Boom is doing. Now Boom still with a trio squad. PA. Okay. Mizi coming in. Okay, he's gonna rush in. And there's like a full squad right in front of him. And there you go, becomes an open target for XERXIA.
It's been a while we actually see blunder accidents happen at the wrong place and wrong time. Finally, they brought it back at this season by PEA. But the blue zone, now the circle just shrinks even further. It's totally 100% urban warfare. I don't know when GEEK Fam is coming out from outside of the bridge, since a camp coming out from RRQ seems to be successfully well done. But RRQ, they're trying to find targets. It seems like this is going to be difficult for them to spot where the bullet's coming out from because of the multi-level terrain plus a lot of buildings in between. But unfortunate for PA, they are placing themselves at the 11th place. While they still score 2 eliminations, we're down to 10.
Well, now it's RRQ and GEEK Fam is still above them for quite a while now. But it's not like they can do anything against GEEK Fam. I mean, just look at how high this bridge is versus RRQ at the ground floor. So they might want to focus on getting into the inner side of the circle, anticipating stage 7 coming up soon. As for Alter Ego, still with his high ground, and below them is still Talon. And Talon, wish they didn't have Alter Ego behind them, just bugging them, since Talon is desperate enough for points to be in the top 8.
Question is, how desperate right now? Nobody willing to make a move. Whoever try to move, they will just exploit themselves with a very close range building between the teams, and they have so many and plenty of utilities still available to dispose of. And KT, they're probably going to land themselves next to TODAK. There's going to be GEEK Fam taking the upper hand. Oh, not really, because they have nothing to cover themselves with. They do have the view, but they can't do a thing about it. This might actually end up till stage 9, since we have an urban warfare coming up.
Oh yeah, urban warfare. We didn't get to see much of this this season, right? But when we get it, it's in Validemar. So we don't get to see Validemar final circle very much as well. OTWO, one of the players knocked down. Okay. I wonder if that save could happen. Oh, GEEK Fam, I noticed that they jump into the water. So now they're open targets for probably RRQ. That maybe they saw them or maybe not. Because the POCO is still looking at the bridge.
Because of RIQ pressure that they forced Geek Fam to jump down. That's why Geek Fam have to jump down anyhow, because there's too many eyes watching on different buildings there. So I think that's actually a wise decision coming up, the best decision they can actually make for Geek Fam due to the circumstances. But not so great for O2. Yes, they try to take around the rock, but the thing is, there's not much covers there, and they have a lot of buildings that do have a better view to see through those nook and cranny down there.
Yeah, and speaking about buildings, too bad for O2. Majority of the buildings, if not all, are occupied right now. But Flyboy gets Audrey, Ka gets Cleon from TODAK on the other end. As for Boychild, now he's down, but Rosemary could potentially pick him up. And Alter Ego, at least they made it across the road, so they don't need to manage that in stage 8.
And for GeekFan, they managed to dock themselves on land. All they need to do is just wait it out. Not for the sake of Fritter, though. They couldn't wait it out much longer. Here comes Alter Ego. They had enough with the backstabbing coming out from O2. They just want to deal with it right now. Rosemary taking the charge. Watcher will support him from the back. Rosemary taking the lead. Going in with Kid first. And Nets, what a swing just now. And saying this for Boychill, actually a distract, divide and conquer by Alter Ego to wipe up the rest of O2 Esports.
Yeah, and with that elevated advantage, it's going to be hard for him to miss the mark. So great work there by Alter Ego. 4 eliminations now, but unfortunately for O2, they gained no points this round since they were eliminated at number 9. Now Spider-Tan up against Talon. Spider-Tan cooking up this nade, waiting for someone to come in through the door. And Spider-Tan now fires back on the Misery. Misery will be knocked down by Spider-Tan, but Spider-Tan's pretty low as well. Linux will follow, but Linux knocked down! Spider-Tan! 2 back-to-back. Red Face have to follow up quickly as Spider-Tan is now licking his wounds. Spider-Tan not able to heal up in time, but Spider-Tan will probably make a second attempt.
Here comes another one, but it wasn't as he hoped for the projectiles here. Spider-Tan managed to heal himself back up, but it's going to be Red Phase. Oh, the nade's flying over. Axel managed to take covers from that one in the nick of time. But next is also going to be TODAK rushing into where Talons actually stands. And Spider-Tan just go for the prone, hugging himself into corner, while TODAK will have to face against Red Phase and Talon at the same time. But at least they have more men this time. They do have 3 players left, but they're sharing very close compounds. And we still have 7 teams as we're heading into the last stage. We're going to saw a lot of players hugging corners by the end of this map.
Oh, look at this. TODAK rushing into the building, but nobody's home. Spider-Tan's actually at next door. Sorry, guys. You guys ring the wrong bell. Audrey still swimming, but anyway, Geek Fam, they'll be fine. But RRQ wouldn't mind a couple more points, so they're trying to find the remaining members of Geek Fam. As for Rosemary, man, now they're trading blows here between Alter Ego and RRQ.
And thanks to Alter Ego, and thanks to RRQ that butting into where Alter Ego is focusing on GeekFan, that gives opportunity for GeekFan to have a bit of reset, but unfortunately nobody can pick up that route, so there's gonna be Audrey slowly swimming over from the blue zone, while TODAK still dealing with NKT, and Redface is down on his knees, Talon in trouble. Spider-Tan, I don't know how he did it, but he does it so well, but he has to deal with the entire team of lineup. TODAK is there! Wait a minute! No way, Spider-Tan, close enough.
Yeah, found that nice angle there against Spider-Tan. And with that, they are out at number 6 with 9 elimination points. And not too bad. I mean, now they have like 90-ish points, so they're very, very secure at this point. But for TODAK, they're not done yet though. Talon is up onto them, and Axel will be knocked down. Now only Red Face left. Red Face, no healing utilities for Red Face.
Red Face. Blues coming in. This is not forgiving it at all. What a coincidence. The moment he jumps out of the window, Octa already just swing it casually, just sprayed over a couple of times, and it's done deal. We have 4 teams left. It's gonna be 1 Malaysia team, TODAK, with 2 players left, despite they were being ambushed and being surprised and trying to finish off Talon just now. They're still stuck in the corner, but being discovered by Pomidov. Boom, boom. This is their time to push their numbers up.
Yeah, and one of the closest teams to the borderline 8, so they need to make this round work for themselves. As of now, looking at the circle, we are at stage 9 and it's closing. It's close to almost 50% right now. Boom Esports, Flyboy will need to take his time to reset. Fnatic tries to find Flyboy but not able to land a nade onto him. Rosemary is still in the game. and they want to find a momentum. They want to find a mojo again, even though they're pretty clear, but they still want to get the chicken dinner.
But the Blues is not making them not giving them any more time. They're being pressured by the Blue, like, they have forced the push, and Yummy May waiting with the DBS. We're talking about the DBS, one of the best player, the master of DBS. Can he hold? Not really. Now Yummy May is on his knees as well. RQ coming in from another side, and there's gonna be no timeout at all for Boom and RQ. They just won without breaking any sweat. Just pop their hats and they are done.
And the fact that they brought back POCO as well. What a top fraggers. They score the chicken dinner. RRQ. Might not be able to qualify directly. Maybe not. We need to look at the points again. But whatever it is good preparation for the last chance qualifiers.
Oh, when it comes to Miramar, there's so many unexpected, even the circles making it more challenging for the players down here. But when it comes to the overalls, we do have 11 eliminations on the side of RRQ. I guess the POCO coming in definitely push RRQ back to their normal standard, which could be super aggressive and super spicy.
Yeah, and the spicy one is Asa here with 836 damage. Definitely going to be the MVP. But if you look at the amount of eliminations that they got themselves 11 eliminations, so 21 points collected in the second last game of the group stage of week 1. So great work here by RRQ. Not going to back down without a fight, putting up a good performance still by them. And other notable mentions as well. So damage received the least is Fnatic, and the other teammate, Snape, came up with the highest eliminations as well. I think same goes with the POCO as well as Asa with 3 eliminations. So this is teamwork at its best.
If you guys happen to be some of Indonesian fans, am I the only person that feels Fnatic do look like El Doggy for the Indonesian channel?
No! Oh no!
As this twin, man.
The smaller version.
The cuter version.
The cuter version.
But you know what? What a game it was just now. But I have to say, RRQ. I feel like just now, the circle, yes, it was quite unusual. It was quite an urban warfare. But still, it feels like a warm-up to a very apocalyptic Miramar later on. It feels like it's building up to its that. I don't know what to expect. Will we have another crazy round with 28 eliminations by the last map here later on? But just now it feels like everybody start to warm up with the rotation of the player swaps in and out. Definitely give a different result by the end of that round.
Yeah, and the surprise result here could be, because RQ scored this chicken dinner with the 11 eliminations. If they can do well in this final Miramar, potentially they will slide into the top 8.
Is it going to be enough though?
Because right now, okay, last we saw them, they were at 53 points. So if they add this, it's 74. So 74, if we say 80 is the benchmark, then you just need to do decently well in the final round while we monitor the other teams, and they will be in top 8.
81 probably. Just add another one just because MORPH is actually that line, right? So Asa is going to be the MVP. 836 damage, but we just put a pause first, because can he make it through? That's the bigger question. It's doable, it's possible, mathematically even reasonable for that, but it's down to how much they're willing to take a bit of a risk to push their numbers up and have to be just slightly more aggressive, because if you target 80s, I think it's not 100% safe yet.
I'm just basing on previous data, just putting it out there, okay? I'm not pulling it out of my rabbit's hat. But for the match recap, other than RRQ, so Alter Ego, who has nothing much to play for pretty much, they still take it as a serious round, and TODAK's up there too. But let's check out the best moments here by RRQ.
21 points. 50-ish, 74. One more map to go. Can they make it? Well, we won't be worrying too much about Alter Ego and of course GEEK fam. They still can have a joy down there because it's definitely going to be 100% for them Super Sunday. But Boom, are they willing to take the risk as well?
Yeah, this is where we'll need to see the close contenders. Boom, 8 points. NKT, 11 points collected. Yeah, they're pretty clear for now. So, yeah. I can't wait to see the overalls because that's where we get a clearer picture, right? But on page 2, okay, so BTR zeros. BTR used to be one of the contenders, and for them to go out 0 here, it hurts them a fair bit. So the final round, they need to come out big. Okay, this is the clearer picture, ladies and gentlemen. Boom is in top 8 now.
Oh, it's getting closer and closer for Boom. But it's quite shaky. If you look at down to even 12 plays, I mean, like 7-9's not playing, of course, but RRQ, Vampires and TALON, they're definitely eyeing up at the number 8 right now. And FAZE, I mean, they're biting their nails at the bench. FAZE.
FAZE, yeah, FAZE has the highest potential. I think, okay, for MORPH to be pushed down, you need Boom, RRQ, and Vampire to push them down. So they could be safe, but FAZE maybe not.
FAZE, I think we're gonna get to see you tomorrow again, man.
Yeah.
See you soon. Right? See you soon, buddy. Now, BTR, they lost their shot just now. They're cutting it very slim. But if they go crazy, I mean, we don't know what to expect from the Indonesian region players because when it comes to Miramar, they get possessed when it comes to lost map for no reason. But Roy can still make it through, and TODAK as well.
Well, Roy and TODAK, unless it's like super duper big. But even that, you have to consider the competition will also gain points as well. But let's check out the top 4 slingers. Oh, Spider-Tan. Man, this guy for NKT this season has been one of a kind. 1,292 damage this time, and he pulls away for the competition, which is 9 from TODAK, 926 damage. And we got Rosemary up here, as well as Asa from RRQ. So those are top players this time. And, ladies and gentlemen, Miramar, final round.
Oh, this is gonna be hectic. This is gonna be spicy. This is gonna be explosive. So many teams. So thin when it comes to the gap in between the top 8 down there. Who's get pushed down in the last minute is MORPH. Is MORPH even safe at this point due to the 70s? It's so many teams in the 70s right now. MORPH, they did great the last round they had yesterday, but feels not enough right now.
Feels kind of thin. My gut feel is that they could probably still survive because you need 3 teams to move up. You need 3 teams to move up to push them down. So looking at those numbers, I think they would still go by. This is my gut feeling, right? They will still go by with ending at number 8, I would say. And FaZe Clan has a high possibility of being booted out.
Oh, if you're not in the 80s,
Yeah.
we're gonna see you tomorrow, man.
They gotta cancel their Bali trip. Okay, call the Bali hotel. You know, sorry guys, we'll pay back the deposit. Trust us.
FaZe Clan, see you tomorrow. That's
Yeah, FaZe Clan need to work. Okay, sorry guys.
Yep, no off day for you guys. But for the other teams, you talked about, yeah, we do know there's gonna be 3 teams, but there's gonna be more than 3 teams in the 70s right now. So I have to say, MORPH, they're quite sweaty in their seats too. They're at the edge of their seat, hoping nobody will actually cut across when it comes to the points. They're hoping and praying that these teams will be eliminated quickly at the early stage. It depends on the circle, really.
Oh yeah, of course. Circle is definitely one thing. But also the other thing is the other thing also I'm thinking of, like, you think about it, like Alter Ego, they have nothing much to play for, but yet they still want to disrupt other teams. They're still playing like, oh, they really still need the points, right? So it's very disruptive to other teams. Plus, when they play, they don't have much of a worry, so they can just like do whatever they want, and it still worked out for them. And we can see so many teams felt it from OTWO, especially TALON at some point.
But we can see a bit of buffed up TALON. Red FAZE coming in quite a number of eliminations on the side of TALON after he actually swapped in. So he's definitely the secret weapon for TALON. I think he's giving his lineup to just warm up into the PMSL for week number 1 here. We don't know what's going to happen when it comes to week number 2. Still early for us to say anything about week 2 right now because we're focusing on the straight entry into Super Sunday and who has no off day tomorrow.
Yeah, we haven't even concluded our Super Sunday of week 1 yet, so hold your horses, Come. Plus, we'll have a different group on week 2 because, as usual, in case you're not aware, after the conclusion of week 1, all the teams will be drawn again into new groups. So that's where we'll start to evaluate again which is the group of death. But normally by then, it is quite balanced, at least based on the current stats.
Is it really? Now, everybody wants to be in Group B, right? Group B has the most advantage. They get to see the other teams play first and dictate about their next move. So everybody wants to be in Group B. It depends on their placement for the shuffles too. But right now, the stakes are high because we do know it's quite punishing when it comes to the format where you only have 3 days of group stage. And then it's straight either to Super Sunday or you have to play another day of grinding again in the last chance for tomorrow.
Yes, and the fact that this week 1 and week 2 is a little bit special, that teams may need to play back-to-back games for 2 weeks.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
one. Oh, finally we see a swap here. So Zaxi is swapped out, and Erangel, which is a player from the academy team who just joined the first team lineup this season, is going to make his debut in the PMSL.
Well, and back to its side of BTR. They have the big swap here right now. Can Leon change for the team here? La Paz out and BTR try to have a last push. Now, a lot of major swaps when it comes to the last day. We had it after the break and it keeps on continue for the swaps to happen before we head over to our last map of the group stage week 1 here.
Yeah, Leon Pang for BTR, also from the academy team, brought here in the PMSL this season. And previously he played mostly in off-season tournaments together with the first team lineup. But this is his first debut as well. Let's see what sort of performance they can bring here, because the final push could maybe not. Let's bring it on.
We can feel the heat of the last Mirama here right now, even though you haven't started yet. But the flight path will come up from north, Campo Militar down to all the way to the southern side of Los Lunas. Is this the sign that we're going to have a South Los Lunas circle again? Because we finally hit into the unusual circles in Mirama as well for today.
Unusual circle. Okay, we got Impala yesterday. Baladema City is rather unusual as well, so I'll take that. So I wouldn't mind one more. Let's go. Unusual circle. Oasis. Patona. Let's see. With this flight path, well, it's actually a similar flight path than before if you can't think about it.
That's kind of true. Maybe we're gonna have no more urban warfare plays. That's what I'm requesting for. That's all that I'm requesting for.
No urban
no
warfare.
more urban warfare. Please,
Yes.
we don't want to go until stage 9.
Nope, we don't want urban warfare. I'm sure observers don't want urban warfare as well. It's like, oh man, where do we observe? You know, it's so difficult to look. So stay away from urban warfare, ladies and gentlemen. Don't do that. It's not good for your health.
It's taking too long. Oh no! But I feel like it's not going to be Chumasera, right? It's probably going to be... It's still going to be urban warfare if we ended up right on top of the town of Chumasera. But maybe we can get slightly the northern side, which is going to be around the fog. We do have that kind of curve and a downslope of Chumasera. That's usually where the circle might actually end as well.
Yeah, just go open area. It's fine, right? But let's see, it will be fine for Team Flash. Ajul, Winchester, not the highest damage weapon. Even if it lands a shot, it's not gonna mean that much. So it's more like warning shots by Ajul. And I'm sure he would also expect, he would also not expect Team Flash to rush in onto him. So he'll be fine for now.
No first contact made. Except for that one particular player of Team Flash, of course, like you just mentioned about them, but it's still too early to anything for happen. So we're probably gonna have to wait a minute or two when it comes to the commence of stage number 2 and second checkpoint happen to be the transition for the players and teams. That's where things gonna get hectic. But the question is, Cloud, how much more willing for them to gamble it out and go all aggressive for BTR to just go straight for Super Sunday here?
Oh, okay. This is the previous match replay. Okay, we get to see the urban warfare again. Yeah, but at least this time, based on this urban warfare, it was really messy towards the end. And RRQ just had to finish off Boom Esports. So Boom Esports did not score that chicken dinner. If they scored that chicken dinner, they would have gained more than 80 points. But that have to wait for now.
The waiting is really nerve-wracking. I mean, like, Boom is not safe yet. They have to survive here. We talked about this before. For NKT, I think it's pretty safe. And I love the NKT this season. But I also wish that Roy just can have that push a bit early on, because I love the Roy that we actually being brought forward here when it comes to week number 1 as well. Such an improvement, a huge progress compared to the last season, because Roy always at the very bottom, right? This time they're coming in quite strong. I just hope when it comes to the next few weeks they can keep this up.
Well, you love Roy, right? Well, that's why they're going to make their appearance again tomorrow. Now, whether they'll make their appearance in Super Sunday, I don't know. But tomorrow, since, Choo Choo loves us, okay, we will be in Last Chance Qualifier just for Choo Choo so that she can see us more.
Oh, man. See you guys tomorrow. Some of the teams, we do know you guys gonna be here again. So, I mean, well, FAZE, of course, even though you're not playing it today, we're definitely looking forward for your performance here. But back to his RRQ, like RRQ, I saw he was being swapped, I think, halfway yesterday, and then they stick with this lineup, and adding in the POCO just now was quite a buffed up lineup for RRQ.
Yeah, he didn't play all the games. He's like this super sub. And the stats don't lie, because when he subs in, he gains a 3.3 average elimination. That's higher than like what we saw Damru, who's been playing all the games, obviously. So yeah, nice super sub here by RRQ. That's also a signal that he's sending to his coach that, hey, you know what, make me the first team lineup with my stats.
Maybe that's gonna happen, but you know what? I think that a lot of teams are saving it for Super Sunday. Yeah, they're definitely not showing everything yet, because I feel like they're still holding their back a lot for some of the teams and most of the Indonesian team, of course. But back towards the side of BTR, right now the aim is always gonna go straight to Super Sunday. Definitely, they need the break tomorrow for most of the teams, because it's gonna be a back-to-back 2 weeks, like how we mentioned before. And adding in Leon, I think they definitely want to go for that kind of view to go straight Super Sunday, but they have a lot of work to do for BTR.
Yeah, BTR needs to score big here. Now, hopefully these stats do favor them. Average elimination 6.7, and assuming that they still score at 6.7, which is like maybe 7 or 8 eliminations with the chicken dinner, it's still not going to be enough for them. So they have to score a lot more than that. They basically have to do the MORPH this round in order for them to be secure, because we also have to consider that RRQ will gain points, Vampire will gain points, Boom will gain points. So yeah, but if I were to read why BTR made the substitution, right, I would say that they're prepared to play the last chance qualifiers. So that's why they feel they are academy players, just to give them a run out now.
That's true. I agree. Right, Toad, it's going to be difficult to tap it away with that kind of spray. That's a couple of taps probably going to hit that shot and connected. But it's a bit too ambitious coming up from Roy. But they have to be extra careful. There's one TODAK player just next to Roy right now.
So both teams, TODAK and Roy, also happen to be next to each other in the overall charts. Not like unless they come up super duper big, they'll be in the top 8 maybe. So yeah, I guess pretty much like a truce for both teams, and they still want to have a good comfort point in the next round. But 9 is scouting out though, looking for opportunities. Maybe if you could get a knock or two, then the rest of TODAK will come, but they're just too far away. So I don't see them in a ready position to rush in anyway.
Yeah, still looting up, I assume. But Name definitely tempted to take the shot. Here comes the shot coming in, but it was a bit too early. If he actually waited for the rest of Roy to get into the vehicle, that's probably going to be the best timing. But it was a bit nerve-wracking for Name. He couldn't actually hold his trigger finger. And that gives away his position. Like you mentioned just now, the rest of TODAK, can they actually go and give a backup? But on the side of Roy, this is a huge information for them. They were oblivious regarding TODAK's position before, and now they are having their guard up and on standby.
So now that they have been shot from 9, so they'll be looking towards that direction. Just to be aware if anyone else is going to rush in further, but mid-on circle, and they still get the next tier circle, so I don't think that will happen for now. But where I'll be interested to see is up north there. Okay, Team Flash, XERXIA, and PEA. Either tanking the blue and needing to come into the circle. It could be a potential clash up north.
But south is also super colorful. GEEK fam, that's going to be a long way to cut across Chumasera unless they're willing to go from La Durilera side. Now that's going to be quite empty. But XERXIA north, like you mentioned just now, there might be a lot of gatekeepers as well. PA is always coming in very late. They're tanking the blue quite a lot, and it didn't work out for them for week number 1 with this kind of plays. It's just not working out. But northern side, if you want to see the gatekeepers, what is going on from their POV side?
Yeah, not at all. I mean, if you look at like the overalls, right? Infinity swapped places with them. Infinity, they were at the last place for quite a while. But since the introduction of Logan, at least they had a bit more boost, and they're not at the last place per se. And it's swapped with PEA. Oh, okay, we're gonna have a replay here. Oh wow, nice sharp shooting by Zeus there.
Nice tracking.
Tracking that moving buggy.
And it was a fast track too. Imagine how his sensitivity for his car is actually being done for that. Team Flash spotted out XERXIA. Aracuna taking a bit of XERXIA as well. XERXIA 1 by 1 being picked off by very different teams. Indeed, they are quite scattered across the map. But I think they're just going to have fun for this one last map. It's going to be unrealistic for them to aim straight for Super Sunday. But hey, if they push another few more points, they need to carry forward that point for tomorrow still.
Yeah, so might as well go for it, right? Just like what Araki is doing right now. Knocking out a member of XERXIA. And no elimination yet, so there could be a long-range knock. Hopefully we get a Bleacho soon. But we do get XERXIA on screen. Team Flash Batman on this high ground, waiting for the bat signal to call him to come down. Well, and I guess the bat signal is the blue that will be onto him soon.
I love the fact also Alter Ego and GEEK do have some rivalry going on. They actually do have the same score right now. It's the battle of pride between these two teams to get the podium spot. It's going to be the podium battle just on the top 2. But then KT, they don't really care what's going to happen. They're just going to have fun here. But boom, they need to get into the 80s. The minimum is going to be 81 here. So RRQ is very close as well, but they got a bit of a shaky start just now. But speaking of RRQ, Wasabi spotted up Team Flash, and there's also XERXIA nearby.
RQ moves into the circle, but they have to move further forward. Okay, circle. Hardship to the southern side instead. We're already getting our next elimination up north, and the northern part is where, the fight will continue to happen. Team Flash will get another one for themselves out of XERXIA.
Oh well, we have another RRQ. Might actually just push the numbers up here if they want to, willing to take the fight. But the problem is the PEG are quite out with the open space, not much covers. Can the rest of the team go for the rescue here? It's being knocked down from afar. Snape trying to do some cover fire at the back, but they need somebody with a lot of smoke to reach out the PEG, which right now is a bit too late. RRQ, they are very close to that Super Sunday, but with 2 men, can they still do it?
Man, 2 men, 1 point so far with still 15 other teams. I don't know about this. And plus, they don't have the circle. They have to go forward. It's looking pretty bleak right now for RRQ. Of course, that will be good news for Vampire and potentially even TALON. But good news for Boom, especially because they need to keep the competition behind them away. For Batman, well, where are your boys? Where are your buddies? Where's Robin? Where is the Batmobile? Because they are nowhere close with him.
Audrey, the last play for the side of GEEK fam. Are just gonna go towards the side of the blue zone now, taking a bit of a dive in the deep of the blue. But yeah, speaking of RRQ, I mean, MORPH did it with the duo. I want to believe, I want to be optimistic about this still. If they can actually just possess in the last minute and push all the way like a monster, like how they did yesterday with the duo with their shotguns too. But it's still a bit too early. We're still in stage 3, so the survivability is also at stake here for RRQ. But boom, like I mentioned, it's definitely good news for them. Full squad alive and well, fully stocked up too.
Yeah, at this point, Boom Esports at number 8. All they need to do is play safe and survive above teams RQ, TALON, Vampire. They'll be pretty cool. They'll be pretty cool by then. And obviously, if they survive long enough to be above those teams, naturally they will gain points for themselves as well, and they start to pull away a little bit more from the next closest competition. So that will be the strategy now for Boom Esports. Don't expect much action for them, maybe until the very later stages.
Kid. Oh, NKT, that was oblivious of O2 Kid just now. It was great opportunity, but that's going to be one of the biggest pillar for NKT. Spider Tan is down. They need to revive, but the rest of Calvary of O2 just arrived. Here comes the rush. Here comes go time for O2. And Mazel taking the lead. Fredo just cooked up the nade and propping it up, but there's nobody there where he's actually tossing at.
Oh, Circle as well moves towards the right, and Boom has the circle so they can still play chill. But the teams on at the north, oh my goodness, again, still not getting the circle. But RRQ, okay, 2 players still not getting the circle. It's going to be super duper hard for them. And one of the players knocked out, I believe it's Fnatic, now down on his knees. So RRQ technically has 1 active player only.
And they're away from the circle as well. Yeah, that's gonna be it. See you tomorrow, RRQ. See you tomorrow, guys. With FaZe Clan. Boom next. Will they be able to have that last push? Because hanging on the wire, it's gonna be also TALON, which is still in the 7th place at 71 points. But FaZe Clan in between, they still get themselves the 8th spot. But O2 and NKT. I mean, NKT definitely 100% going to Super Sunday now. They can have a bit of fun, but not so much for O2. They need more points to have a better start tomorrow.
Yeah, for now, 1 elimination point in their hands. Trying to get more out of NKT, but seems to be not that easy for them. Joker now comes in, knocks down Fredo. And on the left side, Amazal is still there. Kid needs to join in to give him backup.
Oh, boom, there you go.
Close.
Mazza, 1 HP! 1 HP! That was so close!
Bam.
But NKT, that's gonna be the guts, got him back from the back. But the last remaining member of O2 Kid couldn't do anything about it. He can just play for survival now, but there's no room to run. Left, right, center. There's gonna be a lot of team eyeing for himself. And NKT coming in with a nade, trying to bait him out. Kid, he's sweating his pants right now.
Ooh, they're looking for him. They're looking for him. Okay, Kid. DBS. He sees his target. He needs to rush in. And there you go. The God. 2v1. In this sort of situation, it was difficult for Kid. And O2 is out. See you guys again tomorrow.
Yep. another day to grind for these boys. But back to the side of Boom now. Boom, they cannot afford to lose any members. So they need to make sure they have 4 man until the top 5. Just to ensure themselves and get a solid place in the top 8 straight to Super Sunday. Flyboy giving some information just to bait them out for NKT, because the rest of Boom is actually on the other side of the map. So they definitely try to bait NKT to show themselves here. But back to the side of TALON and BTR. BTR, they still can make it a go, but they have to make so much eliminations there.
Yeah, the number of bodies is still possible, but they're going up against TALON, who also wants to hold on to that top 8 spot. Now natively Santa Claus and TALON looking for an opportunity against BTR. Same time, XERXIA is out without any points at all this time. Okay, BTR high ground advantage, but they don't have the visual against TALON. TALON's slowly hiking up, but Hansel, wow! Beautiful nade from the academy player.
And that's going to be the opening that they've been waiting for. BTR going to go in and just take the life out of TALON, but Axel still fought back. He coming in with the DBS, swap over to his rifles, going back to the DBS, hoping it will actually go for the clutch, but the Blues are not helping. TALON, they will lose their spot here for the Super Sunday. They might get pushed down by Vampires and even Boom later on.
Yeah, they are at like what? 76 points, actually equal with Boom. And Boom just need to collect 1 point and they'll push down TALON. But they also need Vampire to push them down. But Vampire, they're now at 75 points. So it's not going to be that difficult for Vampire still with the full team to push TALON down too.
Oh, still within reach. Batman driving in the open space. BTR now finding their next target, and BTR slowly climbing up when it comes to the numbers, but they have to be sure that they have to engage early, because when it comes to the later stage, there won't be enough bodies for them to collect the points.
But we're still at 39 players on the battleground. So BTR, yeah, they have to make this aggressive gameplay. If not, well, see. But yeah, based on their substitution, I guess they're already prepared to play for tomorrow. But even if they start tomorrow, I mean, they will have a very good, comfortable start. For Team Flash, however, 35 points as of now. They need to gain still as many points as possible. And the next target is Vampire Esports.
I know, I feel like BTR still aiming for Super Sunday if possible, but they have to score the chicken if they play around this momentum right now. The Team Flash and Vampires. Now, Vampires, this is going to be rough if they went down, and they're going to go down against Team Flash. So they have to win. Is a must. Is a compulsory fight for Vampires here right now. Gosu, Zeus, and also Bounce splitting into 3, while Batman coming up as they cover fire at the back. Trying to spot out Newsy in case he pops his head out. Then over peeking. Stone giving a bit of a warning shot, answered back the response to a sort of Team Flash. They're ready to take the fight. But it's not just Vampire versus Team Flash here. Look at the map. We have a third contender eyeing out between these two teams, making a 4th layer even coming up from the northern side.
Well, Vampire wouldn't mind a delivery towards them if they can secure these points. Okay, they start off by knocking down Bows from Team Flash. And the other members of Team Flash on the other building still. They have yet to secure that point, so it's not officially counted yet. But Vampire Esports so far so good in the defense of this building. And the pressure will be on to Team Flash. Satar plays still on the outside.
It's going to be Boom watching them from afar here. Team Flash, they start to lose man. There's only 2 players left. Vampire still stand as a 4.
Whoa!
And they try to bait the rest, but what a big nade from Zeus, knocked down on Tony K and Schwab at the same time. What a discount they coming from Team Flash. This might going down the drain for Vampires now.
Oh, but Newsy is there. And lucky enough, he's able to defend, and now he'll be able to revive his team. Oh man,
Boom.
That was so close. And they still survived to tell another day. And Vampire Esports, as of now, they are number 8.
And Boom stolen 2 eliminations out of Vampires' hand just now, despite he got 5 eliminations. And now Vampire is slowly climbing up, but Boom will be their next contender. They like it or not. But along the process, they spotted out PEA. Boom trying to take advantage and being the third party from afar. Next, we have Infinity being ousted here, taken out of the equation of this last match. We're down to 7 teams. BTR, are they still standing quiet? Because they need to make actions to happen if they still want to go straight to Super Sunday.
Man, last time we saw BTR on the southern side, but a lot of these teams on the left and also on the north side. So the bodies are there. BTR has to somehow show up. But the teams that are showing up right now is between TODAK as well as PEA. Cleon, nice high ground here to try to lock down the shack where the 2 members of PEA are at.
TODAK, no room to revive. The other 2 mates have been fallen off. Cleon have to deal with PEA players first if he wants to go for the rescue. The problem is BTR breathing behind his neck. It's quite a squared down situation for Cleon. He's been smothered by so many bullets right now. Even a nade is flying over to his angle here. PEA finish off Lynx and TODAK down to only last player stand, and PEA, they're not safe either. We're talking about those high grounds being taken by the big boys right now.
Oof. Adam and his teammate is still on the outside of the circle, so they have still yet to get in. And wonder how much longer they can spend here. Okay, they do have that vehicle though. They do have the Mirado still. Frankie has it. Make the rush in, but that means they're going to take a big risk there of giving away points to other teams. And TODAK Leon is now forced to move because of the blue. And as he shows himself, PA tries to fire back, and revenge is served from the lower ground.
PEA at least are pushing out from the bottom places down there. Up to 21. And try to get more for their carried over points for tomorrow. But BTR only remaining 21 players in there. They have less than 20 bodies for them to get offered for their elimination points here. It's going to be a tall order by now for them to get into Super Sunday, but focus on Vampire. They made it through to the top 8. Brew made it through to the 7th place. FAZE been pushed down, of course, but right now they need to make sure they can secure more eliminations just in case, if BTL suddenly goes crazy. But NKT Joker still taking a fight against Vampire, and PA caught himself in a trap with the Blues on helping BTR as well for the points.
Oh, Adam denies himself to the zone. Oh no, not yet. It's just a knock. But let's wait and see. Okay, Adam, yes, he denied himself away to the zone. But 1 point is taken away by BTR, so that's 5 elimination points now. As they head over to Boom Esports against Vampire Esports now. Both teams now in the top 8, but nades galore by Vampire, by Boom Esports to take out Vampire. That is beautiful.
That was amazing. The golden nade, that finish of the entire crew of Vampire. And now, on the side of Vampire, if BTR got this chicken with a lot of elimination, they still managed to push down, because last we've seen the side of Vampire, they are in their 70s. And the side of BTR, right now, it's going to be the go time. There's still enough if they secure 10 eliminations plus another 10 points for that chicken. It's still doable.
For BTR, let's see here. Okay, no circle. They need to move in. Still, okay, mathematically, yes. But you need to get a lot of those points in the bag. And the fact that they're on the outside of the circle, it's a half cup empty or full sort of scenario, how you want to look at it. They'll be presented the opportunity to take elimination points, but they have to do it right now before it's cancelled by other teams.
But the terrain kind of helps them in a way if they can actually deal with Roy, and Roy right in the center as well. They have to deal with Roy one team at a time, but it's not making it easy because they have Boom firing over this side as well. There's going to be a long shot coming from NKT. Shot down on Hansels a bit on that head. And coming up from the side of Boom, they're trying to focus on Roy. Every team focusing on NKT and Roy right now because they are at the center.
Okay. Also taking into calculation that Boom is still alive, so it's a bit doubtful right now for BTR. But anyway, MORPH gets Hansel knocked down. Satar gets knocked by Sunos. Hansel eliminated by Razy. Oh, Boom Esports. Razy stole away that 1 point when it could potentially be Roy's. And it's way more valuable for Roy at this point.
Yep, that's kind of true. Now, Roy still have full squad for BTR. Things are looking very slim right now. Too slim, in fact. Feels like it's too dim for them to go straight to Super Sunday. Probably going to see them tomorrow. But for Roy, it's still pushable. With 4 eliminations in the back, they got another one. Make it 5. Now, leaving only Janfos, the last player that is for on the side of BTR. With the Blues and stop to close in and inside as well. 5 more seconds to go for its last stage with the last circle here. And then we're heading over to no more circle for stage number 9. But boom, full squad singers for Roy. They even have that compound.
Well, and they have the circle. So all they need to do right now, okay, they don't really have the circle. They need to move a bit forward. Let's see here. They need to manage NKT. And Roy will be busy with BTR. So right now, it's all about them. If they are able to get an advantage against NKT, then maybe they can move forward. And I'm checking out their utility. So Pawnbit has no other smokes. This is where smokes will be big for Boom. There you go. It's deployed by Razy.
Yep, they already built up the bridge. It's down to Boom to make the call here for the sake of Roy. If Boom being finished off by NKT, then that's going to be a big win for Roy. But can they steal this position and can they just take away all the points from the sidelines? Joker tossing out another nade. It's going to be a nade galore on this side. And Palmy going in for the rush, going in for the sprays. He got Joker down on his knees. A bit of a trade-off between these two teams. Now the God, it's down to this last player of NKT to make the play against the last player of Razy come up from Boom. Mono to mono, but Roy, they are a bit busy, too busy with BTR. They should shift their focus on this side because they can steal all the points away.
Yo! All the way from downtown! The name by the God! Sent them back to the lobby!
Beautiful, amazing, perfect, brilliant nade just now by the God. Now they're done with BTR. Can they still go for NKT here? Will it be enough? It's hard to know. Right now, Chicken is down to the plate for Roy. It's well being served for them, but can they finish it clean?
Yeah, full squad with only 2 players of NKT left. Oh, make that 3. Okay, they managed to heal up. Okay, there you go. So 4v3 with more circle control of Roy, but when it comes to the terrain, all they need to do is just step up on this hill and they'll be able to see NKT.
There's going to be 3 more points adding into if they can finish off NKT here. But the God Rhino is on fire. His nade has been sublime. Talking about perfect nade at the perfect time. At the most critical time for NKT as well. But NKT don't really need the points compared to Roy. While Shunots and the rest of Roy reposition themselves. But the nade's been dropped right on Porsche. What is going on? The God, he got everything perfectly well done.
Yeah, and their utilities are still abundant, right? They got a lot of nades there that they could land further. Joker gets another one onto Roy. Now Roy only 2 active players. Joker healing up and he will join onto the rush real soon. Car gets 1 knockdown and there is the God. But 3 more from NKT will be onto him.
Oh, here comes another one. They finally finish off the God. That was a clean execution by Car. Alongside with Roy players. Here comes the revival. But Khan needs to buy time. He needs to go for the support fire and just distract these guys while they revive him. But they made it okay. Back to 3 players. It's a 3v2. And right now another nade fallen through. But they do have the advantage of high grounds. But the moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be clear view for the side of NKT. Shot down on Porsche. 2v2. Okay. Joker and Triple F. Another one. Car. Can they make it through for Car?
Car 1v2. Has to pull it off for Roy, but now he's pretty low. 2 on NKT. Onto Car, going for the chase right now. And it's going to be NKT securing the final chicken dinner in week 1 group stage, denying the precious points away from Roy.
Oh, Roy, it was so close at the tip of the fingers. But unfortunately, NKT do have the upper hand when it comes to the terrain, but they had that small opening. When the revival was happening, the other player, Car, can actually just push, because it was a 3v2. But it's down to the game sense, it's all about timing, and it's no coincidence for NKT to get this chicken, but you have to give it to the God. The nades today has been excruciatingly critical for NKT to get this chicken.
Yeah, that should be on his number though. But throws used cool hit 11, but there should be like grenade eliminations up there for the god. But on the other side, let's see here. That is 11 eliminations for NKT, so 21 points this time. Not like points really matter for NKT. Let's be real about it. But Joker comes in as MVP. 5 eliminations, 916 damage, 305 damage. We see 42% team concentration and 28 minutes, 27 seconds survivor time. If only he had one more second survivor time, then we'll make it 28-28. You know, auspicious number.
And it's all about the numbers. We go again because NKT, they have the least amount of people when it comes to the full squad time, but they scored those chicken. And Roy, oh Roy, and BTR, I mean, we thought they will go aggressive. I thought they would go aggressive with, yeah, but it seems like the change of line, definitely they try to be a bit conservative. But let's rewatch the chicken dinner with such a crazy shot and nades being tossed over just now by NKT.
Well, NKT actually went to Patona this time. And it's 21 points, but yeah, it's okay for NKT. It doesn't matter. It'll be back to 0 for Super Sunday again when we see them. But for the other teams, okay, Roy, 13 points. They could have gotten the extra 4 points if they won it against NKT, and that would have been precious for them in the last chance qualifiers. BTR with 10, it'll be precious for them as well. We'll definitely see them in the last chance qualifiers. But Boom Esports with the 10 points that they have collected, see you in Super Sunday.
Not just they get extra 4 points, they extra another 3 points if they got the chicken dinner as well for the side of Roy. It was so close for them. But despite of that, XERXIA being eliminated early, Singers for GEEK, oh man, GEEK, who cares right now? Singers for OTWO, who cares? And we don't really care about these teams right now. We want to see the overall rankings. Let's just swipe left. Let's go. But RRQ, I mean, we talked about the teams like FAZE being pushed down. Definitely, I think FAZE, we're going to see you two guys tomorrow. But MORPH, where do they stand?
Well, now we'll find out. MORPH made it! Yeah, MORPH made it. So, the record still goes on, okay? 80 points and above is still the safe spot, and that is where Vampire Esports is at. They'll be like, whoo! We can now book a Bali trip!
Let's go an off day for the top 8. Congratulations, you have an off day for the week because tomorrow will be no more grinding for them. I think they're probably going to go and review the teams that are going to play tomorrow for the last chance. But welcome back for TALON, FAZE Clan, RQ, BTR, and the rest of you guys on second page too. Roy, if only that's going to be extra. I don't think it's still going to be enough for the total points because that might be just 76 or 78 by the end of the day. They might just push themselves slightly to the first page, but it's still going to be tomorrow grinding day for them.
Well, they can still review the teams at Bali. Just say it, right? Just say it. If we do see any a story from these guys at there, you know what's up, right? But here are the teams that qualified to Super Sunday: NKT, Alter Ego, GEEK Fam, Full Esports, VOIN Donkeys, XERXIA, MORPH, and Vampire Esports.
The best thing is they got an off day, guys. It means that they have a break tomorrow, but not the others though. Now for the participating teams, welcome back. You guys gonna have a straight week because our Super Sunday will be our Super Tuesday. Before that, you have to grind for the last chance for our last chance Monday. Yay!
Yay! But not so yay for FaZe Clan. Oh man, if only now they must be thinking, oh, if only we got those few points, we could have an off day tomorrow. But they will have a very, very comfortable start at the other day. But today's MVP, Rosemary, is back.
The beast is here to carry the games away, even though we don't see him playing too much of a flashy play. But hey, his average damage is still double compared to the average damage for all the other players out there. When it comes to team contribution, he's still chipped down quite a number. But let's see what they have to say when it comes from Vampires.
Hello, welcome back everyone to our viral interview for today. And now joining me on stage we have Nuzi from Vampire. Sawadika. Alright, so Nuzi, you guys fought so hard for today and you finally secured a spot in the last minute. And how you feel right now, Nuzi?
ก็วันนี้นะครับทีมเราสู้กันหนักมากแล้วก็พยายามแล้วก็ลุ้นกันหนักมากๆเพื่อติดท็อป 8 รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ครับก็เราก็รู้สึกก็ดีใจครับก็ได้เล่นท็อป 8 แบบพรุ่งนี้ไม่รอบลาชิงได้ไม่ต้องเล่นครับก็ได้เวลาพักผ่อนเพิ่ม1 วัน
We are quite happy that we don't have to play on Saturday so we can have another day off.
So congratulations for you guys for your very first Super Sunday. And you have a plan for your day off tomorrow because you're not gonna play in last chance.
มีแผนอะไรสำหรับวันหยุดพรุ่งนี้ไหมครับ
ครับก็สำหรับแผนวันหยุดก็น่าจะเป็นคืนนี้ก็มีบอลครับก็น่าจะดูบอลครับประมาณนั้นแล้วก็เหมือนพรุ่งนี้ก็น่าจะเป็นแบบเที่ยวสำรวจสถานที่ท่องเที่ยวของอินโดนีเซียนะครับ
Watching football and tomorrow might goes around the place around the hotel like roaming around in the city.
Oh, wow, and I think you should make a list about that. And for next, since you have a day off tomorrow, so you have any plans, we know. And any words you want to say to your friends for now,
มี
Nuzi?
อะไรอยากบอกแฟนคลับคนไทยไหมครับ
ครับก็สำหรับแฟนคลับทีมชาติไทยนะครับก็อย่าเพิ่งท้อครับเชียร์พวกผมต่อเลยครับก็อย่าลืมเชียร์ทีมไทย5 ทีมเลยครับ
Please don't give up on us don't give up on any Thai team but we will try our best.
Yep, supporting Vampire everyone. And for our final last question, so Nuzi, for Super Sunday, will you stick with your strategies for today or you will make some change?
ก็สำหรับซูเปอร์ซันเดย์อาทิตย์นี้ทีมเราจะมีการเปลี่ยนแผนการเล่นหรือเปล่าหรือว่าเราจะใช้แผนเดิมครับ
ก็สำหรับแผนการเล่นก็น่าจะเป็นรูปแบบแผนเดิมแต่น่าจะเน้นเรื่องของการเข้าทำหรือว่าอะไรมากขึ้นประมาณนี้
I think we will focus on our plan but we will more focusing on the diving skill.
Okay, so good luck for your very first Super Sunday and thank you very much for this last interview and I think it's time to hear our last word from casters. So casters, take it away.
See, I knew it. They will go around. They will go around. Maybe Bali is the city that he's mentioning, all right? But you know what? I like Nuzi's pants all the time.
It looks comfy, yes, I agree. Every single time it's like they have to wear what comfortable for them. Probably just prepping themselves for Bali tomorrow, you know. It's gonna be off day for these guys, but not for you guys for the last chance stage.
Yeah, see you again tomorrow. Well, we make it sound like it's fun, right? Well, it's fun for the viewers. Just saying, you get to see your favorite team play an extra day, and some of them are super comfortable. Just putting out there.
And also speaking of which, tomorrow is going to be a tight race again because of how close the gap in between all the teams on the top. And only 8 more teams will qualify to the Super Tuesday, so-called Super Sunday. Yeah, it becomes a Super Tuesday. And speaking of which, who will get to compete with the teams with great nick coming up from NKT? The GOT today has been amazing, brilliant performance when it comes to the name Master of Name GOT.
Master of Nate got. Yeah. Master got Nate. Yeah. It works, right? It works. Yeah. Should have been if there was a stat for that, then he would definitely be the MVP. But that was a literally, no pun intended, explosive performance by the God and also NKT in the final round. This is, well, I know it's still very early to say, but I do look forward to seeing them in the Super Sunday and see whether they can still maintain that pace.
Yeah, and speaking of Super Sunday, that's where everything will happen. We're talking about a lot of teams. I feel a lot of teams are holding back right now. We don't see the starter lineup for the this all-star starter lineup yet. They're all powerful. But you know what? That's going to be the wrap for today, Cloud. We're going to have to wait who's going to work tomorrow, which could be another 16 teams.
Yeah, see you guys again tomorrow. I mean, the 16 teams tomorrow. And you guys as well for watching. Thank you so much again, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be same time, same channel, wherever you're watching this live stream. Don't forget to give a subscribe to PUBG Mobile Esports, because without your support, well, we wouldn't be here. See you guys again tomorrow. Bye.